Without much ado, if you have the program, we are going to be following the program diligently. May I humbly urge all of us to rise for the national anthem and then the national prayer. Please let us all rise. For the national prayer, please. One, two, three. O God of all creation, grant these our one request. Help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed, and so with peace and plenty, Nigeria may be blessed. Amen. Please let us now be seated. Thank you so much. Please. Distinguished former Senate President, Senator Abubakar Bukola Saraki, Right Honorable Yakubu Dogara, former Speaker of the House of Representatives, Representative of the Executive Governor of Bauchi State, Alhaji Aminu Hamayo, the Secretary to the State Government, Bauchi State, Chairman, Northern Elders Management Board, representing the convener of the Northern Elders Forum, in person of Professor Ango Abdullahi, and I'm talking of the representative Air Marshal Al-Amin Dagash, the Director General of the Northern Elders Forum, Professor Dr. Sheni, our Lanet Silk, J.K. Gadzama, SAN, Alhaji Mustafa Wali, member of the BOT of the Northern Elders Forum, distinguished participants, distinguished investors from far and near, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, my colleagues, members of the Fourth Estate of the realm. Once again, welcome to the Day 2, Tuesday, September the 30th, 2025, of this all-important Northern Nigeria Investment and Industrialization Summit, Abuja 2025. We had a very interactive, robust exchange yesterday, the first day. How did it go? What were the challenges? What were the highlights? What were the recommendations? We will begin with that through a recap of day one activities to be presented and given to us by no other person but the Director General of the Northern Elders Forum, Professor Dr. Sheni, OON. Please put your hands together for him. Thank you.
Good morning. I recognize everybody and I stand on the protocol. Thank you very much. I will just mention a few things that we achieved. We had this hall full to capacity yesterday. We had so many people from different nations that came as investors and also as contributors and speakers. So I'll mention some of the key things. Many of our governors were around, and the key thing that we noticed, we got yesterday, was the speeches from the president, whom he encouraged us and promised to give the enabling environment for us to succeed. The president spoke very well and encouraged us as Northerners to go ahead and do this, and they will give us maximum cooperation and enabling atmosphere. The other thing that we got was a speech from some of the governors. And I recall one of the governors who categorically told us, let us stop blaming people. Let's take responsibility as Northerners. And they told us the money they are getting now, and the minister told us that they have never got money like that given to the governors like this time around. And so our governors have enough resources to invest in agriculture, in mining, in power and technology, where we can be lifted as Northerners. Then the governors, representatives in the 3 geographical zones of the North, signed for us a Northern Nigeria Integrated Economic Development Charter, which I have a copy, and they handed over to us. The governors committed there to continue to support economic development in the North. And this is very important for us to get the commitment of our governors. And we shall work with them in their fora. We'll keep moving with them and remind them so that next year's summit, there should be something tangible. Then we also got highlights from various attendees from Saudi Arabia, from the Turkish government, from our investors or those who want to work with us, from Canada, Bangladesh, and so on. They gave us very good goodwill messages, and they promise to invest. We are hoping that today we will match some of our indigenous people who either have land, who have some resources, with the investors. And the matching will go ahead like it started yesterday. Hopefully at the end of the day, today we will mention the success stories of this matching. The investors should not go back with their money just like that when we have a lot of people who are ready to work with them. We had the exhibition, and we really like all of you to look at the exhibition. I didn't know they were mining gold in the North. Somebody produced it for us, and we saw it, that the mine from the northern part. And we saw gold, we saw a lot of minerals. Please go there. They were done by our indigenous miners. And they brought to show that they can do it if we have external investors or engineers that can build the resources for them. One of the highlights was that we should not just sell our produce or products, but we should add value chain to it. And some of the panelists mentioned adding value chain give us a lot of financial upliftment. I was very encouraged when I heard about the agricultural group that said watermelon is sold at a certain price. Is it $25 in US? And we're selling it here like 2,000 naira. If we just export the watermelon, we'll make a lot of money. And then some of them mentioned, the panels mentioned quite a lot of how they have got small holder farmers and which they harness their resources. And these smallholder farmers have, their economic life have improved when they are sending their produce to them. They gather them and export them. There were, however, a few challenges that were mentioned. Number one, security and rule of law. Number two, regulatory and institutional confidence. Number three, energy as the enabler. And a lot of them talk that mining will need energy. And there was a specific request that if our governors put their heads together and our miners, we should have one processing place, and then we put our produce there, and then we'll be able to harness, as northerners, all our resources. And the other point was the coordination with the federal government, the rules, and the state level. So we still need that. The last one of the challenges is harnessing our human capital and technology adoption. These are some of the things that we mentioned. I'm not going to go into details, but at the end of the day, we will have a summary of our achievements and so on. Skills, vocational training, technological transfer, and innovation system were some of the things the speakers mentioned. Today, we are going to drill a detail in mining. And we hope that the people from South Africa or from Turkey and other regions who have come here will be able to give us more information how we can convert our mining into an international product. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Please put your hands together for the Director General of the Northern Elders Forum for that very elucidating recap. We are starting the day with an interactive session. And this interactive session is to dovetail into the main presentation of the day. It's titled Unlocking the Potentials of Northern Nigeria in Mining, Agriculture, and Power. The moderator for the interactive session is Mariam Musa Yahya, Director General, Northwest Governors Forum. Please put your hands together for Mariam Musa Yahya. While she's taking her seat, let me very quickly also call on the panelists. We have the former Senate President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria as the #1 panelist, Dr. Abubakar Bukola Saraki, CON. The second panelist is another key legislator, someone who has also proven his mettle, Right Honorable Yakubu Dogara, former Speaker of the House of Representatives, Federal Republic of Nigeria, CON. Please put your hands together for him. And then we have a specialist consultant, development specialist consultant, Malam Umar Nuhu Mohammed, to complete the panel. Please put your hands together for Malam Umar Nuhu Mohammed. Because we will begin by making sure that we have our time on our hands. We will not make too many introductions. Very, very short introductions will be made by each person, and then we go into the interactive session proper. Once again, the title is Unlocking the Potentials of Northern Nigeria in Mining, Agriculture, and Power. This is a prelude to the main paper of the day to be delivered by Mr. Muhammad Hayatuddin, who will be speaking to us on harnessing technology as a driver of development in northern Nigeria. But for now, let's listen to the moderator, Mariam Musa Yahya, who will introduce her panelists and go straight into the issues. Over to you, Mariam.
Thank you, MC, and Your Excellencies, distinguished leaders of the Northern Elders Forum, esteemed captains of industries, development partners, and members of the diplomatic corps here present, distinguished guests, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Thank you. It is my honor to welcome you to this panel discussion. unlocking the potential of the northern region across the sectors of mining, power, and agriculture. So this conversation we're going to be having this morning is anchored on the expertise of 4 leaders here seated with us today. The last one just joined. Welcome, Honorable. Their portfolios collectively reflect the very pillars of regional integration, which is why we're gathered here today. Senator Dr. Abubakar Bukola Saraki, former President of the Senate, brings deep experience in governance, institutional reform, and innovative financing, which is very critical for designing the structures of resources to deliver cross-border projects. Right Honorable Yakubu Dogara, the former Speaker of the House of Representatives, offers unmatched legislative and political insight. He reminds us that no regional framework can thrive without strong federal and state alignment, policy continuity, and legislative safeguards across election cycles. Honorable Bello El-Rufai, member of the House of Representatives for Kaduna North, represents the voice of a new generation of leaders that we have here today. His focus on youth participation and job creation will ensure this plan is anchored in the aspirations of northern Nigeria. It's young people, which are its most powerful demographic. Umar Nuhu Muhammad, the development specialist and consultant we have here today, will ground us in evidence and economic logic, mapping our state's comparative advantages and showing how specialization can drive integration of, instead of competition between all our 19 states. I strongly believe that as a collective, this panel reflects 4 essential levers of transformation: governance and financing, legislative and political alignment, youth leadership, and economic integration. As we begin, I invite us not just to exchange ideas, but to push for clear commitments that will turn dialogue into durable action and help shape the future of northern Nigeria for generations to come. I would like to start with you, Your Excellency. Looking at the theme of the conversation we're having here today, unlocking, the potential of our region around these 3 critical areas. Looking at, governance frameworks, we all know that regional plans often fail at the execution layer. We talk a lot, but when it gets to implementation, we have a lot of, failures here and there. What single institutional mechanism, do you think we can have? Are we looking at like the Northern Governors Forum Secretariat or a new intergovernmental compact? Would you back, in your opinion, what institution do you think can back delivery?
Thank you very much. Let me just do a few recognize and thank the conveners of this conference led by our elders. I'm putting emphasis on that, and let me recognize former Honorable Speaker, that member of panelists, the Honorable Member of House of Representatives, all the leaders here. For the sake of time, let me go say. I start when I say I want to recognize the leaders here who have made this possible, and it goes back to answering your question. Because I think the mistake we probably want to make quickly is to dive into the details. And that's where the mistake starts from. I'm speaking with my very humble experience. Why do I say that? It is not that we don't have plans, or it's not that we don't have people who are capable of making those plans. But let us take this morning as a good example. The people who will give you that commitment, because you asked for a commitment, are not here. The people who would make it happen, meaning either leaders in the political scene or business, are not here. So the best we're going to achieve here, I hope, is that we're going to discuss the issues. But if we really want to make a change as regards unlocking the benefits and ensuring the right framework, we need to talk to the decision makers and the people that will implement and make it happen. I was telling somebody earlier on that if the topic was unlocking the potentials of regaining political power, this place will be full. There will be people standing as well. But the reality is that this is the power, and this is how we get it wrong. Economic power and improving on education and power and infrastructure is what is going to reform northern Nigeria. We should continue, and so it is a multifaceted thing. It can't be just one mechanism. Starting from the top of purposeful leadership, starting from what I call deliberate leadership. Deliberate leadership means it can't happen by chance. It can't. It's not. We're not going to unlock mining by chance. Because if we ask ourselves, even in the 70s, when we had the oil map, it was not by chance. We decided in the 70s that this is our plan. So we need that level of commitment. We also need to understand, like, for example, they need to be also largely, maybe because I'm biased because of being someone from legislative, you need a legislative framework. Because some of these commitments are long-term commitments. Anybody who's going to mine is not going to see his return of investment within 4 years. He's talking about 15, 20 years. And policies are not enough to encourage that level of investment. So there has to be also collaboration on the legislative arm of government. I used to joke, my good friend, not a joke, but seriously, there was a time that northern Nigeria controlled National Assembly, executive arm of government. You ask yourself, what did we do with it? So the point is that there has to be collaboration between public sector, led by our governors, and even our governors need to work as a region, not Zamfara going in one direction, Gombe going in the other direction. We should see what our comparative advantages and come as a team, working also with the National Assembly members from the north, because there are legislation that must be passed. If they're not passed, there's no way we're going to see investment. Then we have business people also from the northern part of Nigeria. How much do we get them involved? Because at the end of the day, this kind of investment cannot be done by government. But private sector needs to be confident that my investment is safe and I am well protected. So in answering your question, there are many, many layers that need to come down. Majority of all the things you see, whether it's mining, whether it's agriculture, power, it's all about policy framework, structural deficiencies that need to be addressed. These are common. Finance and investment, we talked about it significantly. Incentives in the country. So there are many, many, many layers. So I don't think I can say there's one particular, but if you say, if I want to take away from here, it's first, let us have the deliberate and purposeful leadership at all levels, because it's very, people are so, when they say leadership, they think it's just politicians. No, I mean leadership meaning that there must be a forum, whether it's led by the Governors Forum of the Northern, that brings in everybody. I don't know how often, for example, the Governors Forum interacts with members of the National Assembly from the North. How often does the Governors Forum interact with business community from the North? How often does the Governors Forum interact with traditional rulers from the North, especially in the sector of agriculture and mining? Those are the communities. So let me stop there in trying to, I think there are more to say, but let me give Right Honorable Speaker and others an opportunity to say something. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for that wonderful insight. And I think what we can take away from what you've said is that everybody has a role to play. So there wouldn't be a need for us to come up with a new structure to look at our existing problems. We all know what our challenges are, and we already have structures that can, you know, deal with those challenges. What we need to do is build the capacity of these structures and forge them to, you know, work on what we already know. Have a strong political will. Of course, you have, you've led the Governors Forum for a long time, and you know how some of these things, you know, you have first-hand experience regarding how some of these things have been through the years. Thank you so much for that. I would now ask Right Honorable Yakubu Dogara, you know, from your experience as Speaker, sir, what constitutional or statutory reforms do you think are most urgent to give like a regional compact enforceable authority?
Well, thank you very much for that question. And first of all, Let me recognize the person who is standing in for the convener, the Northern Elders Forum, Air Marshal Dagash, who is with us. And my fellow panelists, my leader, always a leader in whom I'm proud, distinguished Senator Saraki, Honorable and Doctor, who are with me here, and all the stakeholders present. I don't know whether it's still good morning. For me, just like my leader said, we always try to put the horse, the cart before the horse. And I'm very, very happy that this topic has been thrown up for discussion. And whatever I'm going to say it from the bottom of my heart, because I am a practitioner, I'm involved, and I know where the proverbial dead bodies are buried when it comes to issues relating to mining, agriculture, and power. Perhaps let me first of all say something about the potentials of the North. The North sits on perhaps more than 2/3 of the land in Nigeria. About 70% of the arable land of these countries in the North. And if statistics are anything to go by, the North houses almost 90% of the livestock of this country. So for me, the North is not a land of scarcity. It is a land of profound wealth and abundance if our latent potentials can actually be realized. So, but why is that not the case? I sincerely believe from my experience that it's not a matter of legislation as it is a matter of maybe contextual, I don't want to say cultural, so that I don't seem to be indicting anybody. But the truth is that if you look at the delineation of powers under the 1999 Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, as amended, which is the current constitution, our powers are delineated and carved out into 3 separate chambers. You have the exclusive, you have the one that is residual, which is the last one, and then you have the ones that both the state and the federal government, even the 3rd tier of government, the subnationals can act on. So most of these things, especially in the area of power, it was something that was the exclusive preserve of the federal government. It was in the exclusive lease. But I think the last House did a constitutional amendment whereby they were able to successfully remove power from the exclusive lease. That therefore means that all the subnationals too can develop mini-grids. They have been freed. So there's no more any constraint. Any constraint in that direction is fictional. So, but for me, honestly speaking, if we are to make progress, we need to do something that is radical and transformative in the North. Maintaining the status quo means that these vast potentials that we've spoken about will continue to be underutilized. And what is the status quo? The status quo is just to sit down and do nothing. It is not the absence of legislation, it's not the absence of policy, it's not even the absence of talks like this. Our problem is action. We don't follow through what we discuss. Now, I can say this for free. It's not that we have not been there before. We've seen, after the colonial rule, the kind of revenue the North generated. At a point, even the government at the center was borrowing money from the North. And what was the mainstay of our economy then? It was agriculture and mining. We were there before farms were established. There were mining ventures in these countries that were thriving very well. But what happened? We seem to have abandoned all those things. And that is what led us to where we are right now. So the question is that we should stop talking about, looking at people to come and invest. There is something, a fundamental first step that we as Northerners must take first so that we can make this promise manifest to people who are willing to come and invest in this country. Honestly speaking, looking at our trajectory and the things that are happening, one is outrage fatigue. For instance, if you're talking about foreign investors, except they are vulture capitalists, not venture capitalists. The difference between the two is that the vulture capitalists will put their money and just take it out. These are rational people, rational investors. They analyze what is going on. They look at us, they look at the setting, they look at our laws, they look at tax incentives, they look at the issues of security. How secured would my investment be since I've not stolen the money if I put the money here? Honestly speaking, some of these factors are missing presently in the North. And I dare say even Nigeria. Even as I was making my way here, I was reading something about the crisis involving an investment that Dangote has put in this country. It has transformed us, we used to carry the shame of importing what we produce and exporting what we don't have. And this man has done something that has changed this narrative, restored our pride of place. I understand that there are issues, but we must insist that such efforts should never be allowed to go down. The reason is simple. If we allow it to go down, then the thinking out there is that, if they cannot protect their own, what more of us that are out and trying to come into the country? So these people are rational. They see what is happening. We don't like it. They don't like it. I understand there are issues, but those issues must immediately be resolved in the national interest. So I believe I've said a lot. I don't want to take too much of our time, but I still have a perspective as to how we can move forward in mining, in agriculture, and then even in the issue of power. There's a lot that can be done. But honestly, the first step starts with us, not legislation, not policy. I wish most of our millionaires in the North, and there are plenty of them, will find time to begin to invest and unlock these opportunities in mining, agriculture, and power, rather than ferrying our monies to Dubai, to Egypt, and to so many other countries. We are creating economic buoyancy in other regions, in other countries, while simply abandoning our people to their fate. You can imagine if we have just 1 million farms set up, or mining ventures set up in the North, employing just 50 to 100 staff. I'm telling you, we have resolved issue of food insecurity, we have resolved issue of banditry and all those associated crises. But we will do that. Can we do it? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sir, for that very deep insight. And I believe this should trigger a sense of responsibility in everybody seated here today. We need to look inwards, identify our collective comparative advantages, and see how we can come together under one umbrella to drive development across our region. Now, this drives me to my next question to our development consultant here seated. Talking about comparative advantages, each state, each sub-region within the North has unique assets. We're well aware of that. Kaduna's manufacturing, Kano's commerce, Niger's agriculture, Zamfara's mining. How should roles be allocated to avoid destructive competition within the 19 states of the North?
Thank you very much for that. And again, recognizing the convener and our elder brothers here on the panel, and my colleagues as well. Thank you for having us. So, destructive competition. I think, first and foremost, we have to understand that competition is good. Competition brings about innovation, brings about efficiency, at the end of the day, competition brings fair prices to consumers, and it drives excellence. So not all competition is bad. So starting from that premise. Now, indeed, most of our states have their unique comparative advantages, but we should also be cautious not to be too prescriptive when it comes to comparative advantages, when it comes to investment, private sector investment. Where we should seek for collaboration should be in areas like infrastructure, primary infrastructure, across the region. For example, where a congregation of states have the potential to come together to sort of explore renewable energy or hydro or rail connectivity or roads and the likes, or irrigation infrastructure across that will unlock agriculture across certain platforms. When we come up with regional development plans, we should be careful that we don't make them prescriptive to say that agriculture should only be in Niger because it has the land and not another state, and so on and so forth. Because competition at primary production level reduces efficiency and innovation. If we look at countries like China, where they've kind of, within their provinces, they have delineation, so to speak. In Guangdong, you have the apparels, you have and so on and so forth. Shanghai is industrial, and what have you. All of those are at value addition level, not at primary production level. So if you force delineation at primary production level, you are going to stunt growth. So we have to really be careful what we are prescribing. So development plans should be suggestive in terms of what states can pursue, and also promote collaboration in primary infrastructure development that would unlock different opportunities in certain locations. For instance, some states have ability to do, so the northwestern states, for example, because of the hydro that they have in different states, can come together and have a framework for how they're going to sort of come together and facilitate that process. And in facilitating that process, it's not to say that the public sector must itself do it, it's to create the framework how to unlock private sector to come in. And as Right Honorable said, some of these things, the frameworks require us to think through what do private sector investors actually look for in order for them to find a destination attractive to come in. The other thing I want to say is when we're designing regional frameworks, we should also, we keep saying we have all the plans, at its implementation, but to a large extent, a lot of our plans stop short of giving us the direction. So plans, you see within plans statements like, infrastructure should be provided. By who? How much? Where's the resource coming from? Where is it going to be done? It's not in there. I mean, look at our even medium-term expenditure framework as a country. It has those kind of provisions. You can say it's at a wish list level. Yes, they all say the right thing, what we should do, what we should focus on, it's fine. But at the end of the day, if no one understands who's going to do what and where that resource is going to be mobilized from, then that plan becomes stunted. It will never be implemented. So we should relook at our plans and ensure that there's an action plan that follows each framework, that defines exactly how everything is going to be done, who's going to do it, and how it's going to be done. Let me rest at this point. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, and thanks for also bringing up the issue of frameworks, which is very critical. We have a lot of these frameworks. How do we integrate it, and have a regional framework, a unified regional framework that we can, complement across board? How can we collectively manage our assets? How do we share these assets within our region, to trigger economic development? But again, you would agree with me, this has a lot to do with our human capital. Looking at the population of our country, the northern region also covers, a large number there, and most of this has to do with the youth. We have a lot of youth that are being underutilized, which is one of the major reasons why we have some of these challenges, you will agree with me, that we're facing right now. So now coming to you, Honorable Bello, happy to have you here. We want to harness our greatest asset, and if everyone here will agree with me, that greatest asset we have as a region, apart from landmass, is the youth, our youth, the young people of the North. What formal seats do you think youth should hold, by law or by quota? In the regional councils and in sectors, where you have like just the 3 sectors we're talking about now here, in terms of agriculture, in terms of mining, in terms of power. How do we bring them in to co-decide, not just consult, to be in the driver's seat? Thank you.
Thank you very much for having me. I would like to also stand on existing protocols and thank our parents here, the compass and direction of the North, in particular, our Northern Elders Forum, led by the convener, all the guests here present, Your Excellency, our President of the Senate, and His Excellency, our Speaker of the House of Reps, and Doctor. It's truly an honor to be sharing this stage with you. I'd like to thank the organizers of this event for granting me this honor, particularly my younger brother, Khalil Nura Khalil. It's nice to be here. Let me begin by thanking the 2 leaders here with us. And my reason is quite clear, and I think I'll come back to young people as you rightly asked. The 9th National Assembly, which I worked in, but as a senior legislative aide to Senator Obasani, the governor of Kaduna State, passed the Not Too Young to Run Act. Now, that bill essentially reduced the age for young people to be able and eligible to run for office, particularly the House of Reps and so forth. And it was assented to by the late President Buhari, may God rest his soul, and it wouldn't have been possible without His Excellency Senator Bukola Saraki leading the 9th Senate and His Excellency Yakubu Dogara. So I think this is a perfect chance to show what can happen if civil society, in this case, the likes of Yaga, Enough is Enough, sit with policymakers, legislators to find the way forward. Now, that's the bill. Now, if the bill allows young people to come in, and these young people do not believe in respect, mentorship, innovation, uplifting others, then the bill is pointless. This is why some of us, not just myself, they call us the young parliamentarians, are trying our best to stand out so the door is open for more young people. But you see, for me, the North is at a crossroads and facing a double-edged sword. I liked how you put it. I still think where the population, it could be an asset, but quite frankly, it isn't right now, because the most they get recruited by bandits are young people. The young people doing cyber crimes are also within our group. Actually, I keep saying I'm young, but I'm 37. I don't know if I fall into that category anymore. What I would advise is there's been some progress in terms of appointees. This particular government has shown that a lot of young people are heading government agencies. You have my brother Khalil in Seni, you know, a few of them. In fact, Your Excellencies, you had Aminu Waziri, a brilliant young man working as your SA in the Senate back then, and Honorable Dogara had Rinsola Abiola, who now works for. So I think in terms of appointments, we've seen a lot of progress. But you know, election is a whole different matter. When young people speak about running for office, you know, the theory is one thing, and the other thing is another. I think young people stopped inviting me to events because when they asked me to run for office, they thought I would say, have a good speech. The first thing I told them is have a lot of money. And young people don't have a lot of money. The money is with our leaders, our parents. There is potential, it's clear, you know, but I don't think power should be given to young people or opportunities if they are not qualified for it. You know, you rightly pointed out, and I liked what Honorable Dogara said, that there are certain basics we need to sort out. As long as our public schools are not in good shape, as long as our lecturers are not paid well, as long as our students are not learning with pads as sitting on the floor, then how do you expect them to be competing with students in Shenzhen, in London? It's practically impossible. So for me, when we speak about the North, I think His Excellency Dogara put it very well. There are certain basics we need to work on. For starters, we need to sort out power. Honorable Dogara and the Senate President were quite humble, but I was a legislative aide when they led the National Assembly, and quite frankly, because we forget easily in this country, the attempt to decentralize certain things from the executive list, which power was, like police, started with them. Granted, it was finalized under the Ahmed Lawan-led Senate and the Femi Baja-led House, but Honorable Dogara put it clearly, if power is now in the concurrent list, which essentially means any state government that has abundant solar can set up a power company to generate, distribute, then what are we waiting for? And a lot of young people have given up hope in terms of careers and jobs, so they're into entrepreneurship. Now, whether you tell them to go back to the farms or set up a tech company, if we don't have decent power supply, how can they compete with their mates in Accra? And so I think we need to come back to certain basics that we must sort out before we even start discussing the future of let me put it in quotes, I have to pretend to be a big man now, young people and what we can contribute as our quota. I think the potential is limitless. I think young people should accept mentorship. They should realize that slow steps could take you further. And I know I'll be attacked on X because I am a student of privilege, but I still think the system is the same. You know, so that is my view on that for now. I think we're heading in the right direction. I think a lot of leaders now see the value in young people, but you shouldn't just expect a seat at the table because you are young. You know, that doesn't necessarily mean you're good, or, you know, we need to watch it. I currently have legislative aides myself, and none of them is under 40. You know, in fact, the aide that wrote my draft this morning is a brilliant first-class graduate from Benue State, Duse Kwaku, and I'm looking at what she wrote, and they're better than what I prepared to say now. So is she qualified to be in my position? Perhaps. But I made sure all my legislative aides are under 40 to give young people a chance. But yet, when it comes to dealing with my constituency, if I didn't have the wisdom of certain elders and older brothers, I probably would have been recalled by now. So it's a bit of a balance. Thank you very much, and thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you so much for that, Honorable Bello, and I would like to say you're still young. We are all still young, alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah. Thanks for that insight. So I had like a lot of follow-up questions prepared for these discussions, but just like I had mentioned at the start of this session, we have a wealth of expertise seated here with us, and most of those follow-up questions have been, answered or thrashed adequately. So what I would like to do at this point, for want of time, is just to have like commitment asks, starting with you, Your Excellency. Based on the background you've given us, based on the insights you've shared, do you think you could, would you recommend that, a regional compact bill should be drafted and financed, like, just to kind of sort of have like a roadmap for the development of the northern region? Do you think all the regional development commissions, all the governors forum within the region should come as one and have a compact that drives, a common stand of these 19 states we all represent here today?
Well, I'm sorry to disappoint you. I don't think that would really make any difference. I think what we're trying to say is, in putting a plan, it is better we start with what is our objective. If you take, for example, we have clear objectives. If you say, for example, you take mining, and we say to ourselves that, we want in 10 years' time, to be able to increase our production of iron ore, and going to steel production, and want to increase our limestone production in the north, want to increase our gold. So it is better for us to be specific as opposed to just build new bodies or institutions. So now, if we have that plan, while processing that plan, the rest will fit in. What do I mean by that? Look, take countries like Guinea, DRC. These are countries where, in the mining sector, it is not driven by government. You have investors by large mining companies, Glencore, Rinto, they drive it. So if we agree that we want to address mining, the question is, how do we go about it? So our plan should be based on what we've set ourselves as our objective. If it needs a regional body, then yes. But not to start first with creating offices that are not going to add value. Absolutely. Because, let's go back again to, if we look at the level of production of oil or how oil has come about, it wasn't by chance. If we didn't have the Totals, the Shell, the ExxonMobils way back coming here with a plan. But in mining, we're starting with the artisan miners. They can't take us to where we need to go. So instead of us putting those institutions, I would suggest we take all these targets we want to have. If you take agriculture, when I was governor, I can speak with a lot of experience in this, where largely what you see across northern Nigeria is peasant farming. The main objective is to move that to agribusiness. And in doing that, again, you don't need any new commissions to do that. We should take the products. Is it to further increase rice production, totally self-sufficient, export to West Africa? Then we now start and say, who are those that can make this happen with the partnership of government? Then we put up a plan. So I think the plan should be driven based on what our objective is, as opposed to just setting up institutions across the place. It's just going to create bottleneck that would not take us anywhere. So that is what I think is a better plan that we should do.
Thank you very much, sir. So a common objective that all the already existing institutions need to align with. Absolutely. Thank you very much for that. So as a final follow-up question to you, Honorable Yakubu Dogara, I would like to ask if you would also, recommend a convening of a bipartisan legislative caucus on regional integration.
Hello. Okay. Thank you very much. Sorry to disappoint you a bit. I will want to go the other way around. Actually, if we're talking about unlocking strategic opportunities in the North in relation to mining, agriculture, and power, like I said, we need to depart from doing business as usual and to do something that's radical and It is unfortunate I'm going to talk on issues that will affect governors. I wish they were seated here. Because it is said, if you have anything to say it to my face. I would have loved to say it to their faces. If it will mean pooling all the 19 northern states' resources together in order to tackle this issue of insecurity, we have to do limestone in that zone. And then they look for a businessman who can bring a guarantee, because government is not a good runner of business in Nigeria. We've seen how government-run enterprises collapsed. Look for a businessman, a fellow northerner, he brings a collateral, hand over the facility to him. Let him run and pay you dividends. But what do we see? We are seeing, instead of the governors operating, they are competing. We're seeing flyovers everywhere, flyovers that leads to nowhere. It is not leading you to a productive plan. It's not leading you to an established market. You just fly over and you think you have arrived. No, but we can use the dividends we can get from those joint ventures to build the roads, to develop education and all other social institutions. Take, for instance, Kano, Kaduna, Jigawa, establishing like the biggest range in Africa, for instance. It will cost them nothing if they pool resources together. Bring one businessman in Northern and say, okay, run this plan, pay us dividends. We will have tanneries, we will create employment, we will create revenue. And at the end of the day, you can imagine the multiplier effects of that. Now, we'll go to North Central, Kwara, Kogi, maybe a Niger state. Let them too leverage on economies of scale and do something. You come here, Nasarawa Plateau, okay, Zamfara, Kebbi, Sokoto, for instance, can build a gold refinery. So all these golds, all these artisan miners, they now have a place, they can buy the thing from them at value. They can create job, deepen participation in that area of industry. And if you come to Nasarawa Plateau here, they can establish maybe processing plants relating to mining, like it's been done in Nasarawa State, for instance. But if you were to leave it to individual northerners, we don't have access to capital in this country. That is why we're beginning to think about de-risking loans. And that is where the agency I'm heading now, and the chairman of the board, comes into play. But these things have not been developed. So access to capital is a problem. No matter how patriotic you are as a northerner, you want to do business in the north, you want in the north, and by extension, even federal revenue. We will achieve energy sufficiency and food security as well. And then obviously, we will be dealing with insecurity. So for me, the development of northern Nigeria is not a regional prerogative. It must be seen as a national emergency, because if the vast number of people we have in the north are not developed, Nigeria is going nowhere. So it is a national emergency, and it must be dealt with as such. But our governors should take the lead. That's the point I'm making. Thank you.
Thank you very much once again, Honorable. That was quite insightful. But before I come to you, Honorable Bello and Omar, I would like to throw another question to you, Your Excellency, as a follow-up to what Honorable Dogara just said. As a former governor, and former chairman of the Nigeria Governors Forum, and also former Senate President. Do you think this recommendation is possible?
I guess you're going to come back to me. Which recommendation, which one of Honorable Speaker's recommendation is possible?
The governors coming together to share resources to drive one common objective.
I think, let's be fair, I think some of them are doing the right thing. We can see what is happening in Nasarawa, we can see what is happening in Zamfara, where governors are thinking outside the box. What I think we should not make the mistake of is to think that that's where really it's easy for us to put the blame on governors. It goes beyond that. And that's why I go back to say that this is a collective responsibility. As I said, let's even take, let me just give you a basic example. Governor Yobe, Governor Bonu, Governor Zamfara to an extent, Katsina. In Nigeria today, I'm an investor coming to Nigeria to set up some industry. Is there any special incentive I get for going to set up in those states in the north as opposed to setting up in Lagos? Zero. So why do we think an investor would take that risk, that investment, and go and set up? That is why I'm saying that we have to have an holistic approach to this. It's easy to find people to put the blame on. But at the end of the day, even if you put a super governor in those states today, you will not see those investments. But the point he's making is that, for example, if you partnership with someone in the private sector and say, look, like for example, you say in Bauchi now, and help, I think the challenges today, are so enormous. I mean, for where an investor today will really have any, unless there are incentives where the investors can say, I know there are security challenges. So for example, there are security challenges in the South, where people are breaking down pipe. But a business now looks at the risk and looks at the return and makes a decision. But do we have those incentives that make anybody to go? They do not exist in a holistic manner. So I would, to an extent, defend the governors to an extent. This is an ongoing discussion between those in the National Assembly and those of us, the governors, in this aspect. Some of them are doing what needs to be done, and some of them need to go beyond just, as I say, go beyond just building schools, building classrooms. But at the same time, we talk about them, you also talk about the voters. They will tell you, if I do all these things that people don't see, the voters will not vote me back. But if I do those things, those flyovers that go nowhere, people will vote and think I've performed. So I think it's also, we, the followership too, must take part of this blame. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. So my takeaway from that, to an extent is, yes, this goes beyond our governors, and then we need to have a, balance in prioritizing our tangible steps.
Thank you very much once again. By the way, I could sit all day even before Doctor, because it's very educative, and I think you've done well as a panelist. But before I get to this, I would like to, I forgot to apologize because I came here late, and I was the youngest, even though I found out that I'm attending this yesterday. But the reason I highlighted, and I'm sincerely sorry, is because I was scheduled to meet the head of an agency who's going to be doing a recruitment. And apparently, my legislative duties now entails finding employment for my constituents. But it is not. It is absolutely not. But like His Excellency said, if at the end of my 2-year tenure, I don't get jobs or boys in either immigration or customs, I'm certainly a bad legislator because people forget what our roles are. So yes, I was delayed to do some lobbying, and they even moved the appointment. Now, the reason why I highlighted this is because the basics they keep mentioning, I forgot one and it's essential to everything: security. By the way, our thoughts are with the people in Katsina, Benue, Zamfara mining recently. And sadly, yesterday, a brilliant young girl, since I'm here for the youth, Somto, that works in Arise, was murdered just in Katempe. So really, it's no longer even the tragedy you hear in the rural areas. I'm the only elected official here, and I would like to have, but the job of a government is to create a conducive environment. One of my closest friends is here. He just walked in, Mala Afis Bayero. During the tenure of the El Rufai administration, I laughed when His Excellency, the Senate President, talked about the voters. I remember my father was Minister of Abuja here and did a lot of demolition, of course. But when he got elected as governor of Kaduna, you know, the Kaduna people wanted to see roads immediately. And I remember his first tenure, I remember asking him, I've not seen any roads, and he kept saying roads can easily be done. But they took that first tenure to audit, to partner with the likes of McKinsey and look at the financial situation of the state, accumulating in bringing Olam, $150 million agric investment into Kaduna State. And as the Honorable Speaker said, the value change that triggered is what should be the ideal relationship between a state government, a proper business. Honestly, I'll get in trouble for this, but I don't mind. If we will give the likes of Aleja Aliko Dangote, Abdul Samad Rabiu, all the businesses to run, as long as those businesses will provide jobs, I'm perfectly fine with it. Because the Honorable Speaker is right. Right now, the capacity for capital is lacking. I'm partly responsible for that, but there are reasons, because I chair banking. Interest rate is still considerably high for the right reasons. You know, now legislation, there's a bill I am personally sponsoring on factoring and receivables, where on MSMEs, factors could be created so young people can sell their invoices and raise capital. Is a practice that's very popular across the world, but in Nigeria we've not tapped into it yet. Now, to conclude, there's a movement now under the leadership of Honorable Tajuddin Abbas, our amiable speaker, where they're promoting women representation to add more seats for women in the House of Reps. Maybe I'll see you there struggling with me. But there's advocates for that for young people as well, to earmark maybe 30% for young people and things. I have a problem with affirmative action. I think quality over things like that, you know, but I think the best thing we can do, those of us that have a voice, is to be decent role models and to show the older generation, the stakeholders, that we are willing to sit at the table, contribute as much as we can, and so forth, you know. But everything I wanted to add, my father's already added, really, you know. And I think the voters, you know, I like politicians that look at the eyes of the voters and tell them, look, this is not my job. This is not what I was elected to. I do that all the time. I might not come back. I don't care to come back. That's what we should focus on, doing the best you can with what you have right now. In the end, I can't call out governors. I'm not a big man. But the subsidy, the removal of subsidy has certainly transferred more resources to the subnationals. And as I rightly said, with the removal of certain duties, including rails, by the way, transport, in the concurrent list, I think a lot of governors in the north have a lot to answer for. I don't want to comment on flyovers and things, but, you know, there's really no excuse right now. You know, the federal government, to its credit, under the Ashwaju administration has pushed resources to the state government. It's up to us as voters, up to you as voters to keep us accountable. Once again, thank you very much, and sorry I took so much time. God bless you all.
Thank you so much, Honorable Bello, for that. We appreciate that insight. I would just give you maybe a minute, unfortunately, to just round up based on all we have heard here today. You know, as a development specialist and consultant, just a minute. We're rounding up now. Okay, so unfortunately, 30 seconds. Quickly, please.
Okay,
Sorry.
I'm happy to be here. But the reality is that there are some fundamentals that we have to look at, right? And it's been mentioned, what's the objective? What's the primary objective? And the issue of security and things like that. So these things have been said. But the other fundamental that we need to look at is that, you know, these so-called plans that we put in place to do certain things are sometimes the problem. And you end up with projects where we've seen a state where they imported, turbines for a power plant and, all the accolades. But when it landed in the port, they realized that it was a gas turbine, and they're about 1,500 kilometers from the nearest gas pipeline. So there are things that do not make sense when we are planning. So let the planners do the planning correctly. Finance follows good investment. So if you've designed something right, and it's going to be realizable, then you're likely going to get finance for it. And finally, I also want to say that in doing the objectives, so when we look at agriculture, minerals, and power, there are some fundamentals. If you're going to do power, you have to look at how do you put in place power purchase agreements to unlock the power to the public sector to come in. If you're doing mining and you're trying to get people to come, have you done a JOC? JOC is a Joint Ore Reporting Council certification that tells you this is what you have there. There are some basic things that are needed to be put in place before you can ever hope that you're going to attract investment into those sectors. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for keeping that brief. Thank you. I would like to quickly conclude this session by saying we've listened to what all our panelists have said, and I think what comes out strongly for me is that we have to go back to the drawing board. By going back to the drawing board, it means going back to our value system as Northerners as well. I think that has also been left way behind, because if that is still in place, I think we would have charted, a better, route for development across our region. So for us to unlock the potential across mining, agri, and power, not just these sectors, across board, we need to go back to basics. We need to align our priorities and also come as a collective to drive regional development. Thank you so much for listening. Thank you so much to the panelists as well.
And thank you so much, Mariam, and the panelists, distinguished panelists. Please put your hands together once again for very excellent, robust discussion on unlocking the potentials of northern Nigeria in mining, agriculture, and power. The photographers can come over now to take some photo opportunities for the panelists and the moderator. Please, while they are doing that, we will very quickly urge you to please, once again, appreciate them and appreciate their time with us. Thank you. Thank you. Very quickly, the next session is a presentation session, like we said much earlier, and Alhaji Mohammed Hayatuddin is the key presenter and will be talking to us on harnessing technology as a driver of development in northern Nigeria. Please put your hands together for Alhaji Mohammed Hayatuddin as he comes to the podium. But before he comes, I will very quickly read this citation on him. Thank you, sir. Alhaji Mohammed Hayatuddin, OON, holds a Bachelor of Science degree in Economics from Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria. Advanced Management Program, Harvard Business School, Massachusetts. He also holds a certificate in Strategic Leadership and Corporate Renewal, from the London Business School, and also had a stint in making corporate boards more effective at Harvard, and also holds a certificate in strategic leadership program from France. Prior to his establishing the Alpine Investment Services, Mr. Hayatuddin was the pioneer managing director, chief executive officer, FSB International Bank, PLC, a distressed government savings institution that Mr. Hayatuddin was able to transform into a major commercial bank in Nigeria. It arguably represents the best case of turnaround management and privatization in Nigeria. He was chairman, CEO of FSB International Bank, 2001 to 2004, Group Managing Director, Chief Executive Officer, New Nigeria Development Company, 1983 to 1988. The New Nigeria Development Company was the single largest diversified holding company in Nigeria. As Group Chief Executive, Mr. Hayatuddin provided leadership, direction, and oversight to 140 subsidiary and associate companies under the group portfolio. Mr. Mohammed Hayatuddin has, in the course of his career, been chairman / director of several organizations, including Nigeria Stock Exchange Council member, Northern Nigeria Investments Limited, Nigeria Hotels Limited, Kaduna Textiles Limited, New Nigeria Construction Company, Benue Cement Company, Sokoto Cement Company, Northern Nigeria, Virgin Nigeria Limited, 7-Up Bottling Company, PZ Kusos, and Inlex Computers. Please put your hands together. Mr. Mohammed Hayatuddin has been involved in a number of extracurricular and national assignments. As a member of the Institute of Directors, Director of the Nigeria American Chamber of Commerce, Director of the Nigeria German Business Council, member of the Nigerian Industries Transparency Initiative, member of the Africa Business Roundtable, member West Africa Business Association, member Presidential Advisory Council, member President Buhari's Transition Committee and chairman of the Transition Committee on Economy, and chairman Nigeria Economic Summit Group for 2 terms between 2003 and 2007. Mr. Mohammed Hayatuddin founded the Alpine Group in 2005, a project development company that focuses on intervening in high-growth sectors of the economy through direct investment. Alpine's flagship project, the Ado Bayero Mall in Kano, which was commissioned in 2014, is currently the largest shopping mall in operation in West Africa. Please put your hands together for that. In recognition of his services to the nation, President Olusegun Obasanjo bestowed a national honor of Officer of the Order of the Niger, OON, on Mohammed Hayatuddin in the year 2000, 25 years ago. Malam Mohammed Hayatuddin is happily married to Hafsat, and they have 5 children. Today, or rather this afternoon, we will be listening to him to speak to us on harnessing technology as a driver of development in northern Nigeria. You will agree with me, we can't have a better person. Please put your hands together for Mr. Mohammed Hayatuddin as he comes over to the podium.
The chair of the Northern Elders Forum, Professor Ango Abdullahi, ably represented by the Chairman of the Managing Board, our former Chief of Defense Staff, Air Marshal Alamin Dagash, the Board of Directors, the President of the Senate, the former President of the Senate, Dr. Saraki, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. What an honor it is to be invited today to give a keynote address titled Harnessing Technology as a Driver of Development in this part of the country. It is such a contemporary and forward-looking topic that is rapidly transforming the future of the world in the 21st century. Cutting a long story short, the cold, brutal reality today is that while the world is taking a giant leap forward, this nation is virtually stagnant. Consider this year, 2025, where new cold chains and infrastructure networks make it possible for tomatoes from a village in Rwanda to reach Dubai in just 48 hours. Yet, in this same year, another farmer in Kano lost his crops before they left the village because of the absence of logistics, transportation, marketing, and distribution infrastructure. Are we therefore, as a region in the country, condemned to live in this reality? I don't think so. Let me begin with a small teaser. Can we together envision something with me in northern Nigeria where a farmer in Mambila can send fresh milk to Singapore in 72 hours, where our miners in Jos export not raw ore, but high-value products stamped ethically sourced in Nigeria, and our young people are building companies that compete on the world stage. I guarantee you that this is not a fantasy. It is a choice, a deliberate choice. And I believe the reason we are here today is to talk about how we make that choice together. First, there is nothing inherently wrong with us as a people. This is not about capability, but about connectivity. The infrastructure, the technology, the systems that link potential to prosperity. We know that it is possible to connect the dots. My experience tells me that we have what it takes to unleash abundant prosperity. So here's the question. Do we have the will to connect them into something actually much bigger? Because technology is not just a tool, it is the currency of competitiveness. We do know that the regions that digitize value chains, integrate markets, and mobilize capital will win in the next decade. And we can be one of them if we act with urgency and precision. Let's then move forward and talk about the purpose of this paper and the key takeaways. This conversation I'm having with you is actually simple but very powerful. First, we'll look at the opportunity in front of us in these three sectors and why they matter now more than ever before. Second, we present a strategic, actionable vision for how technology can ignite industrial transformation, drive growth, and solid, sustainable infrastructure in the region. Third, we can then connect all these things into one unified development model that makes us a magnetic field for attracting global investment. Fourth, we'll do all of these things by deploying the required capital, skills, and infrastructure. If you remember nothing else at the end of this speech, remember these 5 vital takeaways. 1, these 3 sectors do not exist in separate silos. They can, and they must be fused into one value-creating ecosystem where each sector reinforces the other 2. Second, technology is the multiplier. Because what we do know is that digital tools, renewable energy systems, and data-driven platforms can accelerate productivity, cut waste, and open new markets. 3, we have a blueprint to mobilize capital. We can attract blended finance, climate funds and diaspora investment by packaging bankable projects. 4, very important area, skills development is as critical, if not more critical than even the roads, the bridges, the power lines, and the industrial parks. Because that's the most important, single most powerful ingredient that you need to make all of these assets go to work. 5th, we must take bold action. And therefore, this speech speaks to the need to come up with measurable goals, measurable targets that will properly embed the MAP 2025 Tech Compact. Ladies and gentlemen, with that purpose and those outcomes in mind, let us reframe how we think about industrialization in northern Nigeria. Because the old playbook will simply not work. We have to reframe our narrative from factories to smart systems. So for a lot of people, industrialization is all about having these big factories, heavy, expensive machinery, and very long production lines that convert raw materials into finished products, sold within the country and also without. That was the old way of doing things. Today, the most successful economies are built differently. They run on digital infrastructure, connected supply chains, and the ability to create and protect ideas and designs that have value. In this new world, information and innovation can be worth more than physical products. And here is the advantage for northern Nigeria, in the sense that we actually do not need to take a very expensive path. Many of these solutions are fairly easy and they're fairly cheap. So we can move straight into a digital-first, innovation-driven economy. Now, remember that once upon a time in this world, we were hunters and gatherers. From there, cities developed, and then there was the agricultural revolution, then leading to the first industrial revolution, the second, the third, and the fourth. I'm speaking to a very enlightened audience, so I don't need to walk over these things with you. The most important here is that we are now in the fourth industrial revolution, where artificial intelligence, big data, and advanced connectivity are merging the physical and digital worlds. So under these circumstances, technology is not just a support tool. It is the driver of competitiveness, period. It decides who is a leader and who is a follower. So for this particular region, it means we can actually leapfrog old models and go straight to modern connected systems. Yesterday, I was actually listening to a panel, and there was this raging debate between two groups. One group felt that it is better to just remain traditional and continue slowly through that trajectory before it can become an industrial country. Another group felt that you can actually jump that curve, leapfrog it, and get into the modern world. There may be no right answer. You can allow the traditionalists to do what they're doing until they catch up, but you cannot hold progress. And so it is very, very important to actually adopt these principles as quickly as possible. This, of course, means building smart industrial areas where fast internet, cloud services, and digital payments are as basic as roads and electricity. It means using online government services so that business registration, licensing, and customs clearance happen quickly and easily. It also means focusing on high-value sectors of the economy like software, financial technology, and creative industries that bring strong returns without needing massive physical infrastructure. And we do not really have to imagine what it looks like. There are numerous examples around the world. In India, the Digital India program built a national digital ID, fast payment systems, and open data platforms. The government simply just provided the base, and business builds services on top of that base. From online shopping to healthcare, reaching even the most far away rural communities. Take another example, the example of Rwanda. Rwanda is small, not as much endowed as us. It has invested heavily in technology parks, nationwide internet coverage, and online government services. Combined with training programs and supportive policies, it became a recognized technology, industrial, and tourism hub. This demonstrates, like Senator Saraki and others have said, that political will, strong and robust leadership, policy coherence, and a clear digital-first strategy can elevate a country from being a renegade to a star player around the global stage. For our region, therefore, going digital first also means looking beyond mining, agriculture, and power to integrate other complementary enablers. These are exceedingly important. They, in and of themselves, cannot actually provide the solution that is required. What are these enablers? One, region-wide or nationwide broadband and affordable devices so everyone can connect. Everything sits on that, actually. Without that, forget it. Two, STEM education and skills training from school to vocation centers are critical. You need the people who are fully equipped to take on this challenge. Healthcare technology is critical in order to complete the ecosystem of human capital development so that it can reach rural areas and then improve planning. Four, modern transport and logistics, which must be linked to after trade routes. I'm talking of the African Free Continental Trade Area. Creative industries such as film, music, and fashion, based on our rich cultural history, must be globalized through online platforms. Then, critically, financial services innovation through mobile banking, microloans, and safe spaces for new ideas to grow. So if we can shift from our old factory mindset to smart connected systems, we will not just catch up, we will set the pace. And that brings us to why Northern Nigeria's position matters so much in the bigger picture. What do we have as far as the North is concerned? First, we are not starting from ground zero. This has been ably discussed within the last 1.5 days. Our strengths are real and powerful. We sit in a location that connects West Africa to the Sahel, Central Africa, and North Africa. We are connected to at least 9 countries, and they're all within reach. That makes us a natural trade bridge, a position that will only grow in value as the African Continental Free Trade Area expands. Second, we have a young, energetic population. Millions of people ready to learn, work, and create if given the right tools. Our land is rich, like the previous set of speakers have said, in everything that you can imagine in terms of natural endowments. Third, the opportunities ahead are enormous. We can position this region as both a physical and a digital gateway for trade across Africa. We can build cross-border e-commerce platforms, digital customs systems, and secure payment networks that make it easier for producers to sell anywhere on the continent. Why couldn't you tap into green bonds, infrastructure funds, and diaspora investment by presenting banking projects that meet global standards? We can also diversify into ICT, creative industries, logistics, and fintech, creating a more balanced and a future-proof economy. But we cannot do these things without facing our challenges squarely. And we know what these challenges are. Previous speakers have spoken to it. I'm not going to repeat it, so I'll jump that. Apart from the challenges, there are also threats that are exogenous to us. Global price swings, particularly of commodities like agriculture and mining. Climate change. These are some of the issues that can be constraining. But for every constraint, they can always maneuver around and find a mitigant. So this region is a platform for Africa's next industrial leap. If we mobilize this strength, close our gaps, and act decisively, we can turn our position into lasting power. But, ladies and gentlemen, this window of opportunity will not stay open forever. Everything has its time. Changes are profound, and they happen very, very quickly in this digital age. If we are serious, therefore, about seizing this opportunity, we must first of all agree on the conditions that will make success possible. And that's where I turn to next. There are certain essential basic conditions for success in anything you do in life that without them, failure is guaranteed. The first, again, the previous set of speakers and others yesterday had mentioned, if we have any chance of competing, not just within Nigeria, but across Africa and the world, we actually need more than resources and ambition. Within the region, in this vast landmass, which is a dwelling place for loads and loads of people, a large percentage of the population of this country, we need a shared vision, clear priorities, and the discipline to work together as one region. Right now, too many of our efforts are fragmented. Each state has its own plans, its own timelines, its own priorities. That approach has cost us substantial bargaining power, slowed development, and left opportunities on the table. Therefore, the first essential condition for success is unity. We must move beyond state-by-state strategies and adopt a coordinated regional blueprint, one that aligns with our priorities in infrastructure, education, trade, and investment. We also need shared institutions, regional councils or commissions with representatives from all the 19 northern states to coordinate policy, pool resources together, and track progress as we move along. And when we negotiate with the federal government, development partners, or investors, we must speak with one voice to secure better terms and bigger projects. Most importantly, we must learn from other regions how they have successfully developed a cohesive regional development strategy. Once upon a time, at the time I was running NNDC towards the beginning of the 1990s when I left, NNDC was, nobody could come even remotely close to it. That was what I inherited from previous GMDs. It was such a stunning success, and we set the pace and set the example. The Eastern Nigeria Development Corporation, the Western Nigeria Development Corporation, called ODUA, were colossal failures at the time. But nothing is static in life. While NNDC was going on in the 2000s, although Lamis Jukos and his team are now trying to actually turn it around, ODUA decided to take the bull by the horns under civilian government over the last 15 to 20 years. So, for example, therefore, the Western Nigeria Development Agenda called DAWN, which was developed quite a while ago, it is actually a very robust document, has since been mobilized into a development commission that integrates all the southwestern states. And they have a permanent professional secretariat that drives long-term plans beyond political cycles. And I can tell you, I visit them a lot, even now, that as far as the governors are concerned, whatever their color, whatever their political stripe, they are joining the hip when it comes to development of Western Nigeria. They have built a unified identity that attracts investment, tourism, and talent. And we can today adapt these lessons to our own context. There is no shame in doing that. The second thing is that government and business must actually work hand in hand. Public-private partnerships can mobilize capital, share risk, and speed up the delivery of infrastructure and services. These need to be empowered by business-friendly policies, simpler regulations, fewer bottlenecks, and targeted incentives, so that we can develop economies of scale. The next essential condition for success, again mentioned by other people, is the need to actually invest heavily in research and development. There was a speaker from the Institute of Directors of the UK yesterday. I thought he made a very compelling argument yesterday that almost everything that is developed by UK businesses or European businesses or American businesses come from the research labs of the universities. And he gave the example of AstraZeneca and the other one, that these came from, probably Cambridge and Oxford University, plus a third one. So our applied research hubs in partnership with universities, polytechnics, and research institutes can develop solutions tailored to our challenges. Let me now turn to the Northern Elders Forum. For as long as I have known it, it has been a political pulpit, so to speak. And I'm now delighted that the NEF is making such a sharp pivot by integrating economic development into its philosophy in addition to its traditional forte of politics and governance. I'm not saying that you discuss your traditional forte, but perhaps it will do you well to actually create two directorates. One that is looking at the political and governance space, and the other one that is purely looking at the economy. This decision on your part, sir, to take on a higher role to serve as a true think tank for the Northeast future is highly commendable. We have actually seen this before. Sir Ahmadu Bello once showed how visionary leadership could mobilize private resources to support public investment in strategic sectors through such institutions as the NNDC and the Bank for the North. That same spirit of foresight and institution building must now be rekindled. You should not only generate bold ideas, but also sit at the table with the federal and state governments to secure strategic investments and national level support. And I might also add that you need a lot of young, vibrant, energetic people in your midst who will be in the engine room baking these things for you. And you provide support in vigilation and governance. It is also worth noting that Northern Nigeria cannot compete in the 21st century without mastering the power of data. Just as the NNDC once mobilized financial resources to unlock strategic investments, today we must mobilize information resources to unlock opportunity. Robust data banks, live database of entrepreneurs across the region, and diaspora groups eager to invest back home. Finally, you need the fuel. So we need financial institutions that do not just operate in the North. Emphasis, do not just operate in the North, but are truly for the North. Banks and funds based here, close to our people and industries, can channel capital directly into farming, mining, and so on and so forth. And with these conditions, basic conditions in place, we can turn to the first pillar of our plan, transforming our industries through technology. Pillar one. In today's world, the speed at which we turn our resources into value spells the difference between success and failure. I call it resource to revenue velocity. How quickly raw materials get converted into products and services that can be sold in the marketplace. In mining, blockchain can track minerals from source to export, meeting global ethical standards and attracting premium buyers. Artificial intelligence can help us find commercially viable deposits faster and cheaper reducing risk. Modular processing plants near mine sites can add value locally, create jobs, and cut transport costs. In agriculture, precision tools like drones, soil sensors, and satellite imagery can boost yields and make farming more resilient to climate change, enabling weather prediction. Digital marketplaces can actually connect farmers directly to buyers across Nigeria and Africa, cutting out exploitative middlemen. In power, smart grids can balance supply and demand in real time, reducing outages. Pairing solar, hydro, and wind with modern storage solutions can give factories and communities reliable energy. From a financial viewpoint, technology also makes industries more attractive to investors. The benefits are too obvious for me to repeat them here. So, ladies and gentlemen, if technology is the engine, then people are the fuel, which now brings us to the second pillar, inclusive growth and human capital development. Inclusive growth is not just the right thing to do, it is the smart thing to do. A region that leaves large parts of its population behind will never reach its full potential. Our greatest untapped asset is our people, especially the young ones. We have millions of them, brimming with energy and ambition. We must treat human capital as infrastructure and invest in it with the same urgency as we build roads, power, plants, and industrial. I dare say with even greater urgency. So one bold step is to create a digital skills sovereign wealth fund. What do I mean by that? I'm referring to a dedicated pool of capital funded by a small share of revenues from mining, agriculture, and climate finance projects. This fund would be ring-fenced for large-scale skills training, governed responsibly and transparently, and focus on preparing our people for the jobs of the future. Agri-tech, renewable energy systems, mining automation, logistics, and digital trade. We can deliver these skills through innovative scalable models, such as mobile-based apprenticeship that connect rural youth to global gig markets, allowing them to earn while they earn, modernize technical colleges, equipped with industry-grade tools to prepare students for high-demand trades, dual training programs co-designed with employees so graduates are job-ready from day one. And we must design these programs to be inclusive by intent, reaching women, rural communities, and people from all parts of the northern part of the country. The private sector must be a full partner here. Businesses must co-invest in training, offer internships, and help shape curricula so skills match market needs. Inclusive growth is about more than training. It is about creating an ecosystem where talent can thrive and policies that reward innovation and entrepreneurship. So if technology is the engine and people are the fuel, then infrastructure is the road that actually carries us forward. And that brings us to our third and final pillar. Sustainable infrastructure and regional competitiveness. In northern Nigeria, sustainable infrastructure is not just about building roads, power lines, and data centers. It is about creating the physical and digital networks that connect our industries to markets, our farmers to buyers, our innovators to investors, and our communities to opportunity. We must therefore change how we see infrastructure, not as a cost, but actually as something that actually confers enormous value and gives very high returns on investment. Technology can make these investments smarter and more efficient. For a moment, imagine rural roads monitored by sensors and drones, so repairs are scheduled before damage becomes costly. Imagine power grids that adjust supply in real time to match demand, reducing outages. Imagine transport corridors with predictive maintenance systems that keep goods moving without delays. Financing this transformation will require creativity. That's the next point. Blended finance. Combining public funds, private funds, donor funds, and so on and so forth can spread risk and attract bigger players. Ladies and gentlemen, in addition, guarantees and insurance are critical to making these things financeable and viable. What is the payoff? It is huge. Efficient logistics and reliable power lower production costs. The question is not whether we need infrastructure, it is whether we'll build it in a way that lasts, pays for itself, and keeps us competitive for decades to come. So, if we can just take a break here and ask the question, having put these 3 pillars in place, the next step, what is the next step? We must mobilize the capital to actually make it happen. So we build the vision, we have set the pillars. How do we pay for it? Capital, of course, is the lifeblood of transformation. Without it, even the most brilliant plans remain nothing but ideas on paper. But capital does not just appear. It must be attracted, structured, and used wisely and efficiently. The way we mobilize and manage will decide whether Northern Nigeria's transformation is a slow march or a rapid leap. The first step is to identify truly bankable projects, ventures with clear revenue models, measurable impact, and the ability to generate returns for both investors and communities. And these cannot be vanity projects. They are commercially viable, socially relevant, and aligned with our development priorities. Once we have a pipeline of such projects, we blend our sources of capital, and I've already mentioned those sources of capital. Now, attracting capital is only half the solution. The more compelling part is how do you deploy it? It's even more important. So performance-linked financing must become the norm. Releasing funds only when agreed milestones are met to ensure accountability, reward efficiency, and build investor confidence. I have a suggestion here. To make this process faster, more transparent, and more accessible, I recommend that we create the Northern Nigeria Development Exchange, a digital marketplace for vetted investment opportunities. Imagine a platform where investors can browse a curated list of pre-screened projects, access detailed data rooms, and track progress in real time. A place where a pension fund in Lagos, a development bank in Europe, a Nigerian entrepreneur in Dubai can all find opportunities that match their criteria, confident in the governance and oversight behind them. The benefits are clear. Investors gain a trusted entry point into the region. Project sponsors gain access to a wider pool of capital. The region gains the resources it needs to build infrastructure, scale industries, and create jobs. By making capital mobilization a deliberate structured process rather than a series of ad hoc negotiations, we can move from occasional wins to sustained momentum. Capital is not just money, it is confidence, credibility, and commitment. So, as I try to round up, when the lifeblood of capital actually gets injected into our vision, we must channel it into the right arteries. In other words, integrated growth corridors and special trade and industrial clusters that is focused on AFTA, African Continental Free Trade Area. We need to channel such capital with precision So the most powerful way to do that is through integrated growth corridors, special trade and industrial zones, where mining, agriculture, and power are not actually separate and distinct entities, but chapters of the same book. They are not separate stories, but chapters of the same book. And they are mutually supportive and mutually self-reinforcing. When one grows, it lifts the other two. So it's a virtuous cycle, not a vicious cycle. But here is where the real opportunity lies. AFTA turns these corridors into continental gateways. By aligning zone infrastructure and trade process with AFTA protocols, we can give Northern Nigeria producers seamless access to a market of over 1.4 billion people. Such things as digital customs clearance, so goods move quickly, harmonized trade standards, cross-border e-commerce platforms, etc., etc. If we execute this vision, the North can position itself as a West Africa's AFTA hub, a center for process and factory exports, renewable power industry, ethically sourced minerals. They will create jobs, markets, resilience, and Northern Nigeria that is prosperous and progressive. I deliberately did not raise issues pertaining to insecurity, which had been mentioned by the previous speakers, because it's something that I think has been debated thoroughly, but it's an essential precondition to doing anything. The bloodbath is just unspeakable and is sinful, and it must come to a stop based on the recommendations that have been offered by other people. Everything we discussed here today, the pillars, the corridors, the capital, none of these will matter much without one final ingredient, a call to action for MAP 2025 Technical Combat. MAP stands for Modernize, Accelerate, Prosper. Three imperatives that must guide our actions over the next 5 years. Under this compact, we need to commit to digitizing at least half of agricultural value chains by 2030. So farmers, processors, and exporters are connected through transparent, efficient, and profitable systems. Training 3 million young people, in my view, by 2028 in technology-driven skills. You'll be amazed. These young people, their brains are like sponge. They can absorb, they can analyze, and they can process very, very quickly. Their brains are very congenial to learning. Achieving 40% renewable energy penetration by 2028 in just 3 years in our industrial zones. Therefore, cutting costs, improving reliability, and positioning Northern Nigeria as a leader in green industry. The next thing is embedding AFTA protocols into our trade systems, so our producers can access continental markets with the same ease as domestic ones. One very important point is that we require a regional data bank. You cannot do anything without a data bank. And this data bank should actually fall into 3 major categories. There are many of us who actually live in the past. It is time to take a forward motion. Anybody who is 60 or 65 or 70 or 75 may not actually be aware of a rising class of entrepreneurs who do not care about publicity, do not care about government. They hunker down, they run their businesses. There are so many of them here in Northern Ireland. It's unbelievable when you, perchance, meet them at conferences. It is important that while we talk about the big boys in industry in the north and the south, there's a groundswell of business people who are actually emerging today as the new class. And we need that data. The NEF has to enable an infrastructure for actually collecting that data. The second data, which was even amazing to me, was that within the development space, when Donald Trump came into office, America retrenched development capital from all over the world. It was mind-boggling to me to see the number of very young, able Nigerians, men and women, who actually had been released from their jobs from various NGOs, exceptionally competent people, who can speak to their subject matter with distinction and competence. Very, very good people. We need to get that data. They are all over the place. We've just hired one or two into the Bordeaux Development Foundation, and it's just phenomenal, the kind of people who actually are available. You will find them all over northern Nigeria. So that database is important. Similarly, focusing on the universities, our science and technology institutes, polytechnics, etc., we need to amass that data. So I think these things are critical. I went to a conference abroad, and I met at least 500 men and women, entrepreneurs who are distinguished in their own right. Diaspora northern Nigerians who are overseas, looking for opportunities here. And when I was chairman of President Buhari's Transition Committee on the Economy in 2015, loads and loads of them actually came and spoke to us, and they were willing to give their life and soul and just pack and come back home and do things. But we know the story, don't we? The subsequent story. So I think it is important, sir, for you and your team to actually mine that data, amalgamate them, aggregate them, and find ways in which you can actually access these three different groups of people. Finally, two other issues. Establish regional data, establish regional financial institutions to drive growth. Having been in this field for a very long period of time myself, I would like to recommend the following. NNDC is actually on its way to being restructured. And they're doing their best, I believe, to try to bring it to a position of preeminence. The chairman is here. The northern governors have had the foresight to actually allow them to bring in people from the private sector into their board of directors, to imbibe new norms and new ways of doing things. But the recommendation here is that we need one more regional development bank with focus, particular focus on mining, agriculture, and power. And it should be the combined effort of both the public sector and the private sector. Second, we will need two national commercial banks with a national license, because the capital threshold for licensing a national bank is much higher than that of a regional license. So two national commercial banks here, for the reasons which I had mentioned earlier. Two regional commercial banks with a regional license. One mortgage institution of a decent size, and a network of fintech platforms, which are much easier to actually enable a license. All designed to channel strategic investments and provide microloans to entrepreneurs and small businesses by the year 2030. This compact will not be a slogan, it will be a binding framework. Progress will be tracked by a MAP 2025 Implementation Council made up of representatives from the public sector, private investors, development partners, and civil society. Financing will be linked to performance. Funds will be released only when agreed milestones are met. But beyond all of this, this thing is actually our mindset. Do we have the will to actually carry this forward? It's hard, grinding work. It's not easy, because there are so many caveats, as lawyers would say, caveat emptors. These caveats are really the things that we should actually follow. If we don't have them, we better not start. And generals understand that. They do not go to war without ensuring that they have all the enabling ingredients in place. Otherwise, you lose that war. So please, I beg of you, think through these things very carefully. Do not even start if you are not ready. It's not going to be easy. You're going to meet a lot of challenges. But where there's a will, I believe there's always a way. So it is well within our own mind to choose either to be a market maker or a price taker. Whether we're accepting our destiny or refusing to accept is about refusing to accept our destiny to export raw materials and import finished goods. It's about building an economy that is resilient to shocks, inclusive in its growth, and confident in its place in the world. In conclusion, just one final quick point. The Northern Elders Forum has gone out of its traditional forte to actually embrace something that is a spark. You are igniting something here. Whether you did it deliberately or unconsciously, the people in this room and people outside all over Nigeria are going to hold you accountable to see whether you're actually going to continue embarking on this journey or, like many other things in this country, things start, people clap, compacts are signed, and everybody goes to sleep. This is not easy. But with the kind of leadership that we have, who are deeply embedded in the history of this country since the 1960s to date, and who have held eminent positions of seniority and responsibility in this country, we believe that you couldn't have started this without thinking it through. Thank you very much.
Another big round of applause to Mr. Muhammad Hayatuddin. I like his coinage of MAP. This time, not mining, not agriculture, and not power. He said, modernize, accelerate, prosper. Please, another big round of applause. I'm told to remind us again that the translations are still on. For English, it's still Channel 1, French, Channel 2, Chinese, Channel 3, and Arabic is Channel 5. The next session, or the next bit of this session, is Goodwill messages. There are quite a number of our investors who came from far and near that will want to talk to us, and we have few lined up. So let me very quickly call to the podium Ambassador Dr. Hilton Bole, Special Envoy on Trade and Investment to the government of the Federal Republic of Sierra Leone. Ambassador Dr. Hilton Bole, please put your hands together for him. After Ambassador Bole, we will listen to Mrs. Lydia Afolabi from Miawa Partners to Future Union's United Arab Emirates. And then we have a video sent in by Mr. James Sheen, CEO of Company Limited, a Chinese firm. His video will be played and he will give his goodwill message. Meanwhile, let's listen to Ambassador Dr. Hilton Bole, Special Envoy, Trade and Investment to the government of Sierra Leone. Your Excellency.
Mr. Chairman, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for inviting me. First of all, I bring you goodwill and greetings from my president, His Excellency President Julius Maada Bio, and the people of Sierra Leone. You have taken a giant step, the first step into bringing not only Nigeria, but the northern states as a gateway. It can be a gateway into Northern Africa, Central Africa, and West Africa. We believe in that. Since my stay here over the last 2 days, there's a factoid that I learned, which is sort of awesome, that in fact, northern Nigeria occupies 70% of the landmass of Nigeria. We didn't know that. As the saying usually goes, when Nigeria sneezes, Africa catches the cold. Today, I want to say that when the northern states stretch their muscle, Nigeria feels healthy. And there is a lot of similarity between Sierra Leone and northern Nigeria, especially in the map sector. Sierra Leone has always been a mining country for the last, since the 1920s, when the British were there. It was good, but the disadvantage was we neglected the agriculture sector. And today, the result is we're a net importing country. And of course, power, you can't move any economy in the world without power. I have worked for the last 20-something years, I used to work in Asia and North America. And without power, your economies ain't going anywhere. That is a fact. So we have those similar challenges. But I can assure you that there's plenty of global capital looking for a place to invest. And I'm very sure northern Nigeria is one such destination. I also want to bow my hat to the organizers, the governors, and all the leaders that have taken, it takes vision and commitment to take this bold step, organizing such a meeting, to make the necessary reforms to attract investment into this region. And I bow my head to all the leaders who have the vision and the commitment to do that. We have similar challenges in our country and across the sub-region. So we can collaborate, I am sure of that. We can collaborate and come up, share ideas of how we have been able to, or how we can jointly find practical solutions to our different challenges. As I look across this room, and as I've been listening to speakers and reading data, all the information, there's one thing that strikes me. That is, I see an enormous opportunity in this region, in spite of all the challenges. And it's indeed a far cry from what the media wants us to believe, that this part of Nigeria has insecurity problems and this and that and the other. While that may or may not be true, but I think the opportunities that you have far, far, far outweigh the challenges that you may have. And as such, the the government, and the experts in Sierra Leone are willing to sit down with you, your region, your experts, to collaborate, to exchange ideas, and to learn from each other the things that have been done, that have worked, and things that we can do together. And I think that Northern Nigeria can accelerate not only the economy of Nigeria, but entire ECOWAS region, as well as the entire Africa. And so to all investors, stakeholders, and leaders, we are all stakeholders in this. We have the means to transform the northern states and to transform the region as a whole. When the northern states succeed, as I have learned that the population is about 160 million people, which is pretty much most West African companies put together. We are willing to play our part in making sure that you succeed in this mission, thereby making us a partner in your success. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you. Very quickly, I'm told to announce that Ambassador Abdul Qadir Musa Fari should please look around for the Chinese investor delegation that came at his invitation. The Chinese investor delegation is led by Felix Lee. Mr. Felix Lee is around with his delegation from China to see Ambassador Abdul Qadir Musa Fari. Our next Goodwill person to forward the Goodwill message is Mrs. Lydia Afolabi from Miyawa Partners to Future Unions, UAE. Please put your hands together for Mrs. Lydia Afolabi, Miyawa Partners to Future Unions, United Arab Emirates. She's a big lady. Please put her hands together for her. Once again, let her feel it. Yes, yes. Encourage the lady. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Due to the shortness of time, I will say that I observed the full protocols to the Elders Forum, the convener, our leaders and traditional rulers in the room. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for this opportunity to address you. I was very encouraged by all I heard yesterday. It was a reconfirmation of the talent, ingenuity, and capabilities of Nigerians, the great achievements with limited resources and little support. As was said by one of our esteemed panelists, Mr. Joel Popola, yesterday, if Northern Nigeria works, Nigeria works. I would add that if Nigeria works, Africa works. I would also like to quote our current President Bola Ahmed Tinubu in his first address to the United Nations as head of state. He said that Africa is not poor. Nigeria is not poor. I would again add to this statement and say that Northern Nigeria certainly is not poor. As well as all that must be addressed practically in the industrial sectors in Northern Nigeria, we must also engage the population, especially the youth. Let them know that they are stakeholders in their society. It was said yesterday that the youth do not wish to farm because farming is not sexy. That's my choice of words, by the way. Hope it's taken in the context it's meant. But it does become sexy when they can earn a living wage, provide their family, and help elevate their community. I am a Nigerian Like many other exported Nigerians, I mean those of us in the diaspora, we look at what we can do here. We are financiers, we are scientists, we are inventors, and much more. This is the land that birthed us. There is nothing we have achieved that other children of Nigeria cannot. For this to happen, we need the support of our leaders, traditional rulers, and elders. Help us clear the obstacles that get in the way of progress. I stand in front of you as a woman of Nigeria, a daughter of Africa, and a child of the world. By this measure, everybody in this room is a relative. Welcome home. To the Northern Elders Forum, it is a privilege, sir, to participate in the development of Northern Nigeria. You are our fathers and mothers. Your leadership is galvanizing. We trust in you to clear the path so that the full strength of your sons and daughters can be brought to bear in the development and success of the northern states. Last but not least, I should like to give a special thank you to our elder brothers and sisters at the Copenhagen who have worked tirelessly behind the scenes to make such a success of this event. Alhaji Sani, Ambassador Abdulkadir, Ambassador Ringham, Professor Madaki, and all of the team at Copenhagen. We thank you all. On a last note, to comment on what was said by some of our panelists earlier, I would like to say to them that even though we do not have the full strength and weight of those in office in attendance now, we do have the full weight and strength of those who were in office. Your not being current occupiers of your former offices does not mean that your knowledge is gone, that your impact is gone, that you have nothing to contribute, and that you cannot support everything that we can do. For myself, again, reiterating that I am Nigerian, I am based in Norway. I work with financiers, sovereign funds, private equity, and we as the children of Nigeria, we have never looked away. We have always looked back. What can we do for the motherland? We have been discouraged, but we are still here. Sir, your children are stubborn. We believe in the strength and power of this nation, and if Northern Nigeria works, this nation works. It means that you do not continue to export us permanently. We go and we come back, as was intended. And we are here now. We are 100% with you. We have, hopefully, your full attention, and we look forward to you being able to help us to do all the things that we so willingly wish to do for our country. I thank you for your time.
Please put your hands together once again for Mrs. Lydia Popola from Miawa Partners. The next message is through a video that has already been sent in.
Good morning,
ICT,
my dear Nigeria.
All right. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, please let's listen to Mr. James Sheen, CEO, Company Limited. It's a Chinese company. I understand they are also investors in Nigeria and are interested in Northern Nigeria's development. Please, Mr. James Sheen, CEO, Company Limited.
Good morning, my dear Nigeria.
Hi, good morning, dear Nigeria. Hi, good morning.
大家好，幸会，感谢大家。 Good morning. Good morning. Dear Nigeria. Dear Nigeria.
Good morning. Good morning, my dear Nigeria.
Good morning, Nigeria.
Good morning, dear Nigeria.
Good morning, Jamus.
Good morning. Good morning, Your Excellency, distinguished elders, captains of the industries, ladies and gentlemen. 大家好. My name is James. I come from Xiamen. I had a really sincere plan to be with you in this Northern Elders Forums Investment Industry Summit. However, due to the typhoon recently warming and the disruption of the flight, my traveling plans of those teams are unfortunately displaced. Please accept my sincere apologies for not attending your meeting physically today. However, our investment is already mobilized. Together with my company and the organizations of Xiamen Breaks, along with my local partner Green Panacea, we have gathered a stable investment for developing your northern Nigeria area. This is not a promise, it's a reality. The funds, the technology, and the experts are already on board. They are all willing to make it happen immediately. First of all, is about the power. We are planning to roll out 1,000 megawatts of solar power in your northern area regime by each 200 megawatt in each sectors. This will immediately improve the reliability of your power for the house industries and your rural communities. And the second is about the agriculture, a complete value chain and industrialism. Working with Green Panacea and my investor networks, we will establish a modern farm irrigation system, storage, processing plants, stabilized production, and packaging facilities. And the funding and technical team is already making the commitments to all these projects. Third is about the mining, responsibly and locally processing. We have secured our partnership and financing to ensure your northern Nigeria's mining responsibly and locally processing. This we are creating jobs, industries, experts in your local area. Fourth is about the electricity vehicles, transforming mobility. Working with Green Panacea, we plan to deploy electricity taxi bus tricycles, along with the robust network of charging stations. Those infrastructures and the investment is already on board, and they also waiting for implementations. Beyond all that sectors, our cooperation extends to digital economical infrastructures and skillful development. We're looking for a long-term relationship that can uplift the communities of Nigerians between our global investors. Final and the last, distinguished participants, even though I'm not physically present, my heart and our company's commitment are along with you through BRICS Xiamen, Great Panacea, and our international partners. We are ready to deploy these investments immediately to unlock the potential of northern Nigeria, to make it as a beacon of industrialism and inclusive growth for Africa. On behalf of Xiamen Haitu Tuojie Management Consultant, the Organization of Bricks of Xiamen, and Green Panacea, Nigeria, I thank you for this opportunity to contribute to this transforming journey. And final, in
to this session, the Deputy Governor of Kano State, Comrade Aminu Abdul Salam Gwarazu. He was here yesterday, and today he has joined us again. Please put your hands together for Comrade Aminu Abdul Salam Gwarazu, Deputy Governor, Kano State. The next person to give us a goodwill message is Mr. Joel Popola, Chair, African Group, Ambassador, Northeast London. He was one of the panelists yesterday, and today he is billed again to give us a goodwill message. Please put your hands together for Mr. Joel Popola, Chair, African Group, Ambassador, Northeast London. Put your hands together, please. If those of you who are here remember the vibrant afternoon session we had, and you remember his interventions, please put your hands together once again for him. Thank
you. Good afternoon. Thank you so much, everyone. I will stand on the existing protocol. I'm Joel Popola. I'm the UK Chair, UK Institute of Directors, Africa Group, where we facilitate British businesses across the 54 countries in the continent, working closely with all African diplomatic missions and trade desks in London to understand the trade and investment need of each of these countries and distill that to over 25,000 business leaders within the Institute of Directors. I have a very short speech, just about 2.5 minutes. It is a new dawn. The moment we have long awaited is finally here, the beginning of Africa economic prosperity. If Northern Nigeria were a country, it would be the most populous in Africa after Nigeria itself. Larger than Ethiopia, by land mass, it ranked just after Algeria, and in natural resources, it stands only behind the Democratic Republic of Congo. This makes Northern Nigeria not just a regional powerhouse, but a decisive factor in shaping the prosperity of Africa, and indeed the entire black race. That is why this summit is important. That is why this summit matters. It is no coincidence that the commencement of this summit yesterday comes on the eve of Nigeria's 65th Independence Day. Perhaps it is not too bold to declare 29th September, the commencement date of the summit, as the Economic Independence Day for Northern Nigeria and by extension for Africa. Nigeria has waited too long for Northern Nigeria to take its rightful place in driving our nation's economic independence until Northern Nigeria is economically fixed. I repeat it again, Nigeria cannot be fixed, and until Nigeria is fixed, Africa cannot be fixed. Fixing South Africa has not fixed Africa. Fixing Egypt has not fixed Africa. But fixing Northern Nigeria will inevitably fix Nigeria and Africa almost simultaneously. Yes, we have celebrated success of some Nigerian states in boosting their internally generated revenue, but those achievements remain isolated. They have not transformed Nigeria as a whole. It has become increasingly clear that the true destiny of Nigeria prosperity lies in the soil of which we are all standing today, the same soil that produced a global champions in business, entrepreneur and trade, Alhaji Baba Aliko Dangote, Alhaji Absamad Rabiu, and late Alhaji Aminu Dantata, among others. Trade and investment thrives on perception. Together we must build and project the right perception for this region. Northern Nigeria is ours, and it must be seen as a global investment hub. Before Lagos State became a digital hub, it took Mark Zuckerberg to come to Yaba. Immediately Mark Zuckerberg left for Lagos, there was a company that was set up. They call it Andela. Andela became a global company that was invested in by Mark Zuckerberg. You can imagine if Mark Zuckerberg was in Yobe. We might not need to fix everything, like some of our excellencies mentioned in their speeches. We only need to celebrate some global leaders in our states in northern Nigeria, and we work towards to achieve all this. It is not enough for Mark Zuckerberg to visit Lagos. We must welcome him in Kano, Yobe, and Jigawa. Sokoto, Kaduna, Adamawa, Kogi should not host Bill Gates, Jack Ma, Elon Musk, and Alistair King, the Lord Mayor of London alone. It must be all the United States in the northern Nigeria. As the Institute of Directors Africa Group, the UK Institute of Directors Africa Group, we are committed to go beyond Lagos. We want to facilitate trade mission across northern states, from Kogi to Kaduna and everywhere in between. Access is trade, and trade is access. Business leaders should be able to fly directly from Itro to Taraba, or from JFK to Kano without stopping in Lagos or Abuja for connecting flights. It is time for northern Nigeria to unlock this opportunity. From agribusiness to mining, there are investments ready. These are oven-ready investments waiting to be scaled into northern Nigeria. The world's business always have options, but at this conference, together with the Mr. President's Renew Hope agenda, we can and we should and we will all join hands together to position northern Nigeria as the priority investment hub for the continent. Ladies and gentlemen, though Northern Nigeria Economic Forum, we can also innovate, we can nurture innovation and entrepreneurship by establishing hub for young startups to test their ideas and grow tomorrow global success stories. This is our moment. It is the dawn of Northern Nigeria economy independence, and it is the rise of Africa. Angama Conference, Lafia Nangode Sosie. Thank you very much.
I think we did not appreciate, exactly. Joy Popola, Chair, African Group, Ambassador, Northeast London. Please, another big appreciation to him. You can see he is a guy the Northern Nigeria must do business with. We also have another leader of an investor group that wish to give a goodwill. I am told that he is here with the right currency to invest in Northern Nigeria. I don't want to name the currency. Yeah, I think you can guess. Mr. Haidar Uzzam is a Bangladeshi, but more importantly, he heads the Investors Summit Group based in Canada, and he came all the way to come and talk to us and to know where he can put his dollars. Please welcome to the podium Mr. Haidar Uzzam from the Investors Summit Group based in Canada. You're welcome.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon. My name is Dr. M. Haidar Uzzaman, as my friend said. It's a pleasure to be here. Since yesterday, we are enjoying the summit that you have organized. I must congratulate the organizer, and I must congratulate His Excellency, the President of Federal Republic of Nigeria, for such an opportunity for the international investors to come around and meet you all. Well, I represent a number of companies. If you are having Google, you can search me as Dr. M. Haidaruzzaman, you will find me. And my company's name, one is www.ipsslgroup.com. The other one is www.businesssummit.net. There are many others, but these two are main ones. We have heavy investment in different sectors. In two traditional side, we say one traditional business, one modern business. Traditional business as such, we are into hotel and resorts. We own 4 hotels in different countries, one in Thailand, one in Malaysia, one in Bangladesh, one in Montenegro in Europe. And currently we are building another one in Canada. We are into airline business. We used to operate a big airline. After losing $70 million US, I gave up the passenger service, but we still continue our cargo airline, and we operate 2 airplanes at the moment. And we are into security service. You have probably seen the security staff that are screening outside, Z4S. That's basically was one of my company that I was owning majority stake, 51% share of this company in Bangladesh, and was the biggest employer of the country. In the country, in Bangladesh, we employed over 100,000 people in the company. Well, that's my traditional side of the business. In the modern side, we are investing in different fields, including telecom, technology, investment banking, and so on. And also we have a consulting company that connects the businesses and the investor and investees. We understood the difficulties of you having access to the capital, and we understood also the investors are having the problems to find out the appropriate projects that are ready to go, that can give them a good return, secure investment. So we mobilized these 2 sides. Given my experience of traveling more than 3 decades over 156 countries, I built a treasure of friends, including Nigeria. I think I am the rarest man that traveled more than 42 countries in African continent out of 54. And met many people, many friends. That is one of the reasons I am here today. We have about 300 high net worth individuals and companies together with us to empower us to and authorized us to invest in different sectors, different fields, including healthcare. We have a partner in the UK that are ready to deploy over $3 billion US. Hello, I'm facing little competition, my friends. You need to listen to me or I need to listen to you. I'm sure money is something that we want to listen, right? 3 billion is a big money or a small money? Nobody is interested about the 3 billion, you see.
Currency.
3 billion US, not Naira. So, if you have a healthcare project, if you have a healthcare companies, or if you want to develop a healthcare project, either in private sector or government sector, any state government or federal government, most welcome to continue the discussion or come and discuss with my partner here is Copenhagen, a consulting company. Together with Copenhagen, we will facilitate you and give you the access to the funds. We also have interest in other areas, infrastructure, oil and gas, refinery. We have a great partner from UAE, and ready to deploy any amount of capital that are required for oil and gas and refinery project and infrastructure, oil and gas infrastructure. If you have a project, please feel free to connect Copenhagen Group. We will look at the project and so on. We are into aviation, but we do not want to invest in aviation. We want to help you technically if you need. We are into agriculture heavily. Our friends from Asia, you know, they are great farmers in the world. I was just talking to one of the state officials this morning, and I was telling them that where I was born in Bangladesh, we import, my country imports about $10 billion worth of cotton only, raw cotton every year. And out of this $10 billion, $4 billion worth of cotton going from Africa, rest coming from US and CIS, Uzbekistan and Tajikistan, Kazakhstan and all these stans. So if you are into cotton growing business, you can know that you can note it, that you have a buyer right at your doorstep. I gave a guarantee to my friend this morning that met me from one of the northern states that any pound or any kilos of cotton you produce, we will buy off immediately from you. So grow cotton, empower your farmers in the north, let them be independent. And we will buy it, every kilos you produce, because Bangladesh is the biggest garment producer in the world. Very interesting news I can give you that will excite you. Yesterday I met one admiral, rear admiral here, and he was in Bangladesh for training. And his training institute was named as Mirpur. And he has named his company as Mirpur Agriculture here. I was surprised and shocked. He bought my heart. I assured him all the assistance. He said that he is so moved by Bangladesh's development. He's really excited to use the name of Bangladesh, Mirpur, for his own company here. That will be doing a great business, I'm sure, in agriculture. He has a big agriculture farm. Well, we can tell you that we have 200 million population, 200 million overpopulation, and you have 250 million approximately. So population-wise, you have a larger country, but we have a smaller country of 140,000 square kilometer. Small, very small, probably the size of one of your state, but see so much of population. It's the world's most densely populated country. And we are self-sufficient with food. We don't import even 1 kilo of rice from anywhere in the world. You need to ask those who were in Bangladesh, those who were in Thailand, those who were in Vietnam, how these people are making it happen that they have such a big population, but they don't import, they rather export goods like rice and other agricultural products. Whereas you have such a big land, and anything you put plant in your fertile soil will grow tomorrow without care. And you are still importing billions of dollars worth of food stuff from overseas. We should cry, really. We should ask ourselves, it's time. I appreciate that you have arranged this summit timely. But I'll be very happy to see that I was talking and I was cutting a jokes with one of our friends that it is a elders forum, Northern Elders Forum. Where is the Northern Younger from? They said they are at the backside. Is it true or all our elder friends are here? Are there some youngers? I think there should be a Northern Youngers Forum. because they are the backbone of the country in the future. We need to leave something tangible for them, leave a legacy for them to enjoy. We need to teach them, we need to tell them, we need to guide them towards a sustainable development. It's not only on the speech. I believe in action, I believe in results. I calculate every single second. I know what is the cost of my every hour of time. My every hour of time that I spend costs $5,600 US. That's how I calculate. Every single second, 88 cents. You can divide by this. So every single second I am breathing, 88 cents are lost. If I am not utilizing this time, if I am not giving you something, if I am not giving this world something, I am doing a big injustice on me. That's how I feel. That I am losing this money and I'm losing my time. Time is very, very important. We can only regret if the time is gone. If this event is gone and we got nothing and we get out of this room, we'll feel sorry about it. Well, with these 300 investors that I have, my friends, we get together every year like this, but our program is little different. We don't have any speech, we don't have any chief guest, we don't have any special guest, we don't have any speech or anything. We have round table sitting, and we let them sit here, and we present 15 tangible, highly potential projects on the wide screen like this, and our investor looks at it and like stock exchange. I'm sure you guys have gone to a stock exchange and seen how the stock exchange functions. So they look at the project and take notes, and immediately the owner of the project is introduced, that this is the owner or representative of the project. And once he is back or she is back to the table, immediately investors are jumping in. Like some investors are sitting there and feeling tired. I was feeling exhausted. Why you make us exhausted? Utilize our time. Push us to do something. Push us to give you the dollars. I think I have taken enough time. So we are open to receive your projects. We are open to help you. We are open to invest in your country. But come up with bankable, business-friendly proposition that are ready to go. We'll invest immediately. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you. Please, once again, let's put our hands together for Mr. Haider Uzzam. Mr. Haider Uzzam is leading the Investor Summit based in Canada to Nigeria, and he said he's here with $3 billion US to invest in northern Nigeria. Please, another big round of applause to him. Very quickly, it will soon be time for lunch, but I am told to quickly announce that before we go for lunch, we have two basic things to tell you. There is supposed to be already organized two master classes. One on PPP privatization in northern Nigeria, and the second is on guidelines for investing in northern Nigeria. These two master classes will be taking place at the same time, simultaneously, in Tamarin A. Tamarin A is just at the lobby there, while Tamarin B is also at the lobby. You look for the two rooms. They will be these master classes will be taking place simultaneously, and they will be led by Nufi Johanna Barnabas and Morty International. Once again, the PPP is on privatization in northern Nigeria, Masterclass 1, and Masterclass 2 is on guidelines for investing in northern Nigeria. Now we go for the proclamation of the endorsement of the Northern Nigeria Integrated Economic Development Charter by the 19 investment promotion agencies from the 19 states of northern Nigeria. If you remember yesterday, we had the signings that were effectively done by the representatives or chairman of the North Central, Northeast, and the Northwest Governors Forums. Now, the investment arm of those agencies representing those 19 states will be coming here to do a proclamation of the endorsement of the Northern Nigeria Integrated Economic Development Charter. Please put your hands together for the chairperson of the 19 investment promotion agencies in person of Dr. Tehemen Pankan. He's Executive Secretary, Benue State Investment Promotion Agency. Dr. Pankan is here. He will speak to us and then call on his other colleague, investment promotion agency representatives from the 19 states to do the proclamation. Dr. Tehemen Pankan is Benue State Executive Secretary, Benue Investment Promotion Agency. You're welcome. Thank you. Thank you.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, our elders from the Northern Elders Forum, ladies and gentlemen, my colleagues, heads of investment promotion agencies across the 19 northern states in Nigeria, good afternoon. There is a transformation that is ongoing in Nigeria in the last 5 years. If you paid attention, you would have noticed. But to point you to that, I want to tell you a little story. Since we're investors, we have investors in this room. When an investor comes into a state, there is one key person that he wants to meet, and that person is the executive governor. And we found out that it is for good reason, because investors don't have time, like the last speaker who spoke here. The time is very precious to them, and they seek to meet with the governors so that they can take the shortest route to decision making and deal making. But for the longest time that Nigeria has existed, data has also shown that it has been success or progress with that has been very nominal, because the governor in himself is unable to structure transactions and have deals to be consummated. As a result, with all good intents from the investors and the governors combined, we've been unable to have the sort of FDI invested in our states as we have desired. So, the transformation that has happened has been that in the last 5 years, Nigerian states have begun the journey of creating offices within the governor's office that are able to sit down and meet with investors and structure transactions, and actively go out to shop for investments, bring them within the states, consummate them into transactions, bring them to financial closure, and sign them off as deals. These bodies are called investment promotion agencies, in short form, IPAs. So the governor now has a tool in his kitty, which is an IPA. If an investor seeks to meet with the governor, the rightful place he points them to is the IPA, because the IPA is the eyes of the governor. And their mandate is primarily three-pronged. One, an investor, like the Minister of Budget told us yesterday, is looking for safety for his capital. If I put my money in your state, is it safe? What makes the money safe are policies. Today we had the former Senate President tell us that policies, just policies, are not strong enough. We need legislative frameworks. So one primary assignment of the investment promotion agencies are to create enabling environment through ease of doing business frameworks, policies, and legislative reforms. Number two, the IPAs are actively involved in promoting the attraction of investment in the various states. So whether investors come or at fora like this, you will see the IPAs are actively engaging with people to sell the state opportunities to potential investors and bring them to the state. Number 3, most of the IPAs warehouse PPP units. So they are able to structure transactions on behalf of the state and bring investment propositions that have public-private partnership models to financial closure. You would see that within the last 5 years, billions of naira and billions of dollars have been consummated in transactions as a result. This is very important. I thought to put this on the background so that we understand. When we leave here, we'll be asking ourselves, what is the takeaway? Whatever background we have laid for Northern Nigeria with this investment summit, which I want to sincerely thank the Northern Elders Forum and the organizers of this forum for doing a brilliant job. This has been a long time overdue for the North. And I want to believe that the elders have also seen the global trends and are shifting the economy of the North to bring in alternative finance. Can we please celebrate Nigerian Elders Forum? So when we leave here, whatever thing we've said here is going to be coordinated, facilitated, and driven by a state actor called investment promotion agencies. Their mandate, because they sit in the governor's office, they are able to coordinate activities, whether it is in the mining sector, it is in the agriculture sector, or in the power sector, which are the priority areas of the summit. And for good reason, those priority areas are very strategic. They are growth sectors that we can focus on in Northern Nigeria. So the 19 states are all here, and all the IPAs are here, and we're not going to take your time. What we're simply going to do is to adopt publicly the charter that was signed by the governors yesterday. Because for the North to move forward, one critical thing must happen. We must be able to attract and bring in external capital. Capital from the private sector within the purse of our sons and daughters within Nigeria, within Northern Nigeria, and FDI from outside Nigeria. Because it is already clear that FAC and IGR is not enough to grow our economy. And we're going to have to be very strategic. For that strategy to be able to work effectively, coordination, facilitation, mobilization has to happen. It is a primary state mandate of the IPAs to drive this. We are open to collaboration, we're open to partnerships, we're open to work with any MDA, any actor, private business membership organization, chambers of commerce, diplomatic community, development partners, DFIs, whoever that there is, we are ready and willing to work. Your entry into the state as investors is very simple. We have what is called one-stop shop. The one-stop shop is also warehoused at the IPAs, meaning that if your proposal or value proposition comes into the state, 1 minute and I'm rounding up. Your value proposition comes into the state. It goes to the IPA. The IPA has a mandate to remove the bureaucratic bottleneck and bring, because the front-facing agency with investors, behind the scenes is working with all the MDAs, coordinating Ministry of Lands for you, coordinating Ministry of Power for you, coordinating Ministry of Agriculture for you, to bring in all the stakeholders within the state to ensure that transactions are fast-tracked and you move from entry to financial closure very quickly. So may I invite my colleagues, the heads of IPAs, to please join me upstage for this very special moment where we are going to adopt the instrument that was signed by the governors, the economic instrument that was signed by the governors yesterday, committing, making a political commitment to drive economic development to the North. We want to adopt that as a tool for work publicly and commit ourselves to ensuring that whatever objectives that have anything to do with investment promotion and attraction, we will drive them wholeheartedly and commit publicly to you as well to say that as we leave here, this is what we're working with to ensure that we're driving investments to northern Nigeria. So my colleagues, please join me up. Heads of investment promotion agencies, all investment promotion agencies from the 19 northern states, come up stage. Please a round of applause for them as they're coming. To ensure that our work is also entrenched, we have a forum. It's called the Forum of State Investment Promotion Agencies. So we coordinate our activities. We continue to push for advocacy to strengthen the adoption and the acceptance and the mainstreaming of the IPAs within the federal and the state levels. So these are professionals, top-level professionals that are working as heads of investment promotion agencies in the 19 northern states of Nigeria. I wanted to bring them up here so that, one, when you need to invest in a state, look for them and go to them. Number two, if you see that your state is not doing well in the area of investment promotion, these are the people to hold accountable. If you see that private sector is not participating in your economy very well, these are the people to hold. So today, before you, they are making this proclamation. What they're doing to do, where's my copy? Okay, let me have one of those. Just one. What we have here is what the governors, the charter the governors signed yesterday. And what we're doing is simply to show before you, we'll stand and we'll hold this. By this proclamation I'm making right now, all the 19 IPAs in northern Nigeria have adopted the instrument signed by the governors yesterday as a tool of work for investment promotion to attract private capital to develop and boost the economy of northern Nigeria. So help us God. So after this, there are two halls here, the masterclass and the investment guide process in northern Nigeria. Once we go out for break or you have private time, the heads of investment promotions will all be seated there. Make inquiries about your states of interest, ask questions, exchange contacts, and begin the conversation. We want to, by this time next year, we would have consummated and expended the $3 billion that is put on the table.
Please put your hands together for Dr. I think we did not appreciate him loud enough. Dr. Tehemen Benke, Executive Secretary, Benue State Investment Promotion Agency. And in his capacity as the chairperson of the 19 investment promotion agencies, he has explained to us what they will be doing, and they have also proclaimed to have endorsed the Northern Nigeria Integrated Economic Development Charter by the 19 investment promotion agencies. Once again, please put your hands together for this very initiative. Thank you. And like we said earlier, the Masterclass 1 and 2 will, any moment from now, we will devolve into the masterclasses. Masterclass 1 is on privatization in northern Nigeria, while Masterclass 2 is on guidelines for investing in northern Nigeria. Without much ado, we will call on the DG of the Northern Nigeria Elders Forum to come and round off this session, and then of course we will go for lunch. But if he's not available, Dr. Bilkisu, please. Dr. Bilkisu Oniyangi will round off the session for us, and then we go for lunch. Thank you. Oh, the DG is here.
Sorry, my attention was called somewhere. It's lunchtime. There's no big deal. Please proceed to the lunch area. We'll gather. We still have 2 sessions after lunch. Thank you very much.
Please put your hands together for yourself and we go for lunch. Thank you.
Let them hold on.
The VIPs should please wait. VIPs, please wait. VIPs, please wait where you are. If you don't mind, wait where you are. You will be guided to the lunch room. VIPs, please wait where you are. And the rest, delegation, participants, investors, you all know the appropriate rooms and the restaurant. Please enjoy your lunch. Bon appetit.
today. Allahumma duni asamai, Allahumma duni akasai, Allahumma duni ateku, Allahumma duni adacha, Allahumma duni ayandu, Allahumma duni ayandu. Dabamu dasadam masadanta, dabamu dahanam bagul maci. To kun yi zancen magulmaci sannan ku zai zo wajen wannan sannan ku aiwana ya ce ma baka da kirki sam muddin idan dai ku ka kama abinda kun ka tattauna zai tsallake kun ganan take zai gangara kan wajen wancan abin hakun kenan yawa na shi ne ka ɓata ka amma abin ai da mamaki kamar wani shi ne ka ɓata ka. Idan da gora a hannunka ka ga ashe ka ɓara ai wani da gora ɗan tauna liƙa kawai kan na shagance. Muddin idan duk ya zana ma in ka ɗau zancen magulmaci matakka ma sai ta raina ka, danginka ma sai ku ɓata san wajen aiki sai a raina ka, ƴaƴanka ma sai su raina ka. In ka mi zancen magulmaci ikan ɓata halin zaman datan, ikan ɓata halin zaman yanzu, ikan ɓata halin zaman gobe. Allahu ya wahidin mai ni da ba mu da sharrin magulmaci. Da ba mu da sharrin masharranta to da ba mu da sharrin magulmaci da kuwa. Kyauta da ba mu da sharrin masharranta to da ba mu da sharrin magulmaci mai ɓata halin zaman yanzu mai ɓata halin zaman gobe haƙƙin uwa sai ya ɓata kaf. Buru ɗan nan magulmaci idan to ku gane kuna kabre kullum ku sai ku yi ta saɓawa burinsu ko ya ku aiki ka. Magulmaci sannan ka ɗan uwan shaidan mai ɓata halin zaman taro mai ɓata halin zaman. In an ce ku wannan magulmaci shine ku ai ɗan uwan shaidan mai ɓata halin zaman dacan mai ɓata halin zaman gobe. Mata halin zaman yanzu mata miji sai ya ɓata sam. Abokanai sai ya ɓata ku ba ka gaisuwa ko cikin taro kai ko wajen suna ba ka gaisuwa duk wajen wannan kun cika sharrin magulmaci. Wa'annan sai ku bincika don Allah ku dambe ku gane shi. Wannan sai ku bincika sharaɗi ku domin ku gane shi. Taron mutum kun sani in sun dubu ɗaya kamar goma mutuƙar akwai ɗaya munahuki kai tuntunin sai ya ɓata ku. Amma wasu ɓangare na nan to ba mutum sai munafuki ku ai ba musan wannan. Raba mu da sharrin magulmaci, raba mu da sharrin munafuki, raba mu da sharrin munafuki sannan ka kai kan uwan shaidan, sannan ka kai kan uwan shaidan. Allahumma iduni atuddai, Allahumma iduni asammai, Allahumma iduni atuddai, Allahumma iduni asammai, Allahumma iduni akasai, Allahumma iduni ateku, Allahumma iduni adacan, Allahumma iduni ayanzu, Allahumma iduni gobe. Raba mu da sharrin masharranta, raba mu da halin magulmaci. To kun yi zancen magulmaci sannan ku zai zo wajen wannan sannan ku aiwana ya ce ma baka da kirki sam. Muddin idan dai ku ka kama abinda kun ka tattauna zai tsallake kun ganan take zai gangara kan wajen wancan abin hakun kenan yawa na shi ne ka ɓata ka. abin ai da mamaki kamar wani shi ne ka ɓata ka. Idan da gora a hannunka ka ga ashe ka ɓara ai wani ga gora ɗan tauna liƙa kawai kan na shagance. Muddin idan duk ya zana ma in ka ɗau zancen magulmaci matakka ma sai ta raina ta danginka ma sai ku ɓata san wajen aiki sai a raina ta ƴaƴanka ma sai su raina ta in ka mi zancen magulmaci ikan ɓata halin zaman datan ikan ɓata halin zaman yanzu ikan ɓata halin zaman gobe. Allahu ya wahidun mai ni da ba mu da sharrin magulmaci. Da ba mu da sharrin masharranta to da ba mu da sharrin magulmaci da kuwa. Mai kyauta da ba mu da sharrin masharranta to da ba mu da sharrin magulmaci mai bata halin zaman yanzu mai bata halin zaman gobe haƙƙin uwa sai ya bata kaf. Buru ɗan nan magulmaci idan to ku gane kuna kabre kullum ku sai ku yi ta saɓawa burinsu ko ya ku aiki ka. Magulmaci sannan ka ɗan uwan shaidan mai ɓata halin zaman taro mai ɓata halin zaman. In an ce ku wannan magulmaci shine ku ai ɗan uwan shaidan mai ɓata halin zaman datan mai ɓata halin zaman gobe. Mata halin zaman yanzu mata miji sai ya bata sam abokanai sai ya bata ku baka gaisuwa ko cikin taro kai ko wajen suna baka gaisuwa duk wajen wannan kun cika sharrin magulmaci. Wa'annan sai ku bincika don Allah ku dande ku gane shi. Wannan sai ku bincika karaɗe ku domin ku gane shi. Taro mutum kun sani in sun dubu ɗaya kamar goma mutuƙar akwai ɗaya munahuki kai tuntunin sai ya ɓata ku. Amma wasu ɓangare na nan to ba mutum sai munafuki mu ku ai ba musan wannan. Raba mu da sharrin magulmaci raba mu da sharrin munafuki raba mu da sharrin munafuki sannan ka kai ɗan uwan shaidan sannan ka kai ɗan uwan shaidan. Allahumma iduni atuddai Allahumma iduni asammai Allahumma iduni atuddai Allahumma iduni asammai Allahumma iduni akasai Allahumma iduni ateku Allahumma iduni adacan Allahumma iduni ayanzu Allahumma iduni gobe. Raba mu da sharrin masharranta raba mu da halin magulmaci. To kun yi zancen magulmaci sannan ku zai zo wajen wannan sannan ku aiwana ya ce ma baka da kirki sam. Muddin idan dai ku ka kama abinda kun ka tattauna zai tsallake kun ganan take zai gangara kan wajen wancan abin hakun kenan yawa na shi ne ka ɓata ka. amma abin ai da mamaki kamar wani shine ka ɓata ka. Idan da gora a hannunka kaga ashe ka ɓara ai wani da gora ɗan tauna liƙa kawai kan na shagance. Muddin idan duk ya zana ma in ka ɗau zancen magulmaci matakka ma sai ta raina ka, danginka ma sai ku ɓata san wajen aiki sai a raina ka, ‘ya'yanka ma sai su raina ka. In ka mi zancen magulmaci ikan ɓata halin zaman datan, ikan ɓata halin zaman yanzu, ikan ɓata halin zaman gobe. Allahu ya wahidun mai ni da ba mu da sharrin magulmaci. Da ba mu da sharrin masharranta to da ba mu da sharrin magulmaci da kuwa. Kyauta da ba mu da sharrin masharranta to da ba mu da sharrin magulmaci mai ɓata halin zaman yanzu mai ɓata halin zaman gobe haƙƙin uwa sai ya ɓata kaf. Burin ɗannan magulmaci idan to ku gane kuna kabre kullum ku sai ku yi ta saɓawa burin su ko ya ku aiki ka. Magulmaci sannan ka ɗan uwan shaidan mai ɓata halin zaman taro mai ɓata halin zaman. In an ce ku wannan magulmaci shine ku ai ɗan uwan shaidan mai ɓata halin zaman dacan mai ɓata halin zaman gobe mai ɓata halin zaman yanzu. Mata miji sai ya ɓata sam abokanai sai ya ɓata ku ba ka gaisuwa ko cikin taro kai ko wajen suna ba ka gaisuwa duk wajen wannan kun cika sharrin magulmaci. Wa'annan sai ku bincika don Allah ku dande ku gane shi. Wannan sai ku bincika sharaɗi ku domin ku gane shi. Taron mutum kun sani in sun dubu ɗaya kamar goma mutuƙar akwai ɗaya munahuki kai tuntunin sai ya ɓata ku. Amma wasu ɓangare na nan to ba mutum sai munafuki ku ai ba musan wannan. Raba mu da sharrin magulmaci, raba mu da sharrin munafuki, raba mu da sharrin munafuki sannan ka kai kan uwan shaidan, sannan ka kai kan uwan shaidan. Allahumma iduni atuddai, Allahumma iduni asammai, Allahumma iduni atuddai, Allahumma iduni asammai, Allahumma iduni akasai, Allahumma iduni ateku, Allahumma iduni adacan, Allahumma iduni ayanzu, Allahumma iduni yangobe. Raba mu da sharrin masharranta, raba mu da halin magulmaci. To kun ji zancen magulmaci sannan ku zai zo wajen wannan sannan ku aiwana ya ce ma baka da kirki sam. Muddin idan dai ku ka kama abinda kun ka tattauna zai tsallake kun ganan take zai gangara kan wajen wancan abin hakun kenan yawa na shi ne ka ɓata ka. amma abin ai da mamaki kamar wani shi ne ka ɓata ka. Idan da gora a hannunka kaga ashe ka ɓara ai wani ga gora ɗan tauna liƙa kawai kan na shagance. Muddin idan duk ya zana ma in ka ɗau zancen magulmaci matakka ma sai ta raina ka, danginka ma sai ku ɓata san wajen aiki sai a raina ka, ƴaƴanka ma sai su raina ka. In ka mi zancen magulmaci ikan ɓata halin zaman datan, ikan ɓata halin zaman yanzu, ikan ɓata halin zaman gobe. Allahu ya wahidun mai ni da ba mu da sharrin magulmaci. Da ba mu da sharrin masharanta to da ba mu da sharrin magulmaci dan uwa. Kyauta da ba mu da sharrin masharranta to da ba mu da sharrin magulmaci mai ɓata halin zaman yanzu mai ɓata halin zaman gobe haƙƙin uwa sai ya ɓata kaf. Buru ɗan nan magulmaci idan to ku gane kuna kabre kullum ku sai ku yi ta saɓawa burinsu ko ya ku aiki ka. Magulmaci sannan ka ɗan uwan shaidan mai ɓata halin zaman taro mai ɓata halin zaman. In an ce ku wannan magulmaci shine ku ai ɗan uwan shaidan mai ɓata halin zaman dacen mai ɓata halin zaman gobe. Mata halin zaman yanzu mata miji sai ya ɓata sam. Abokanai sai ya ɓata ku ba ka gaisuwa ko cikin taro kai ko wajen suna ba ka gaisuwa duk wajen wannan kun cika sharrin magulmaci. Wa'annan sai ku bincika don Allah ku dande ku gane shi. Wannan sai ku bincika sharaɗi ku domin ku gane shi. Taron mutum kun sani in sun dubu ɗaya kamar goma mutuƙar akwai ɗaya munahuki kai tuntunin sai ya ɓata ku. Amma wasu ɓangare na nan to ba mutum sai munafuki muku ai ba musan wannan. Raba mu da sharrin magulmaci, raba mu da sharrin munafuki, raba mu da sharrin munafuki, sannan ka kai kan uwan shaidan, sannan ka kai ɗan uwan shaidan. Allahumma iduni atuddai, Allahumma iduni asammai, Allahumma iduni atuddai, Allahumma iduni asammai, Allahumma iduni akasai, Allahumma iduni ateku, Allahumma iduni adacan, Allahumma iduni ayanzu, Allahumma iduni agobe. Raba mu da sharrin masharranta, raba mu da halin magulmaci. To kun ji zancen magulmaci sannan ku zai zo wajen wannan sannan ku aiwana ya ce ma baka da kirki sam. Muddin idan dai ku ka kama abinda kun ka tattauna zai tsallake kun ganan take zai gangara kan wajen wancan abin hakun kenan yawa na shi ne ka ɓata ka. amma abin ai da mamaki kamar wani shine ka ɓata ka. Idan da gora a hannunka kaga ashe ka ɓara ai wani ga gora ɗan tauna liƙa kawai kan na shagance. Muddin idan duk ya zana ma in ka ɗau zancen magulmaci matakka ma sai ta raina ka, danginka ma sai ku ɓata san wajen aiki sai a raina ka, ƴaƴanka ma sai su raina ka. In ka mi zancen magulmaci ikan ɓata halin zaman datan, ikan ɓata halin zaman yanzu, ikan ɓata halin zaman gobe. Allahu ya wahidun mai ni da ba mu da sharrin magulmaci. Da ba mu da sharrin masharranta to da ba mu da sharrin magulmaci dan uwa. Mai kyauta da ba mu da sharrin masharranta to da ba mu da sharrin magulmaci mai ɓata halin zaman yanzu mai ɓata halin zaman gobe haƙƙin uwa sai ya ɓata kaf. Buru ɗan nan magulmaci idan to ku gane kuna kabre kullum ku sai ku yi ta saɓawa burinsu ko ya ku aiki ka. Magulmaci sannan ka ɗan uwan shaidan mai ɓata halin zaman taro mai ɓata halin zaman. In an ce ku wannan magulmaci shine ku ai ɗan uwan shaidan mai ɓata halin zaman dashen mai ɓata halin zaman gobe. Mata halin zaman yanzu mata miji sai ya bata sam abokanai sai ya bata ku baka gaisuwa ko cikin taro kai ko wajen suna baka gaisuwa duk wajen wannan kun cika sharrin magulmaci. Wa'annan sai ku bincika don Allah ku dande ku gane shi. Wannan sai ku bincika sharaɗi ku domin ku gane shi. Taron mutum kun sani in sun dubu ɗaya kamar goma mutuƙar akwai ɗaya munafuki kai tuntunin sai ya ɓata ku. Amma wasu ɓangare na nan to ba mutum sai munafuki muku ai ba musan wannan. Raba mu da sharrin magulmaci, raba mu da sharrin munafuki, raba mu da sharrin munafuki, sannan ka kai ɗan uwan shaidan, sannan ka kai ɗan uwan shaidan. Allahumma iduni atuddai, Allahumma iduni asammai, Allahumma iduni atuddai, Allahumma iduni asammai, Allahumma iduni akasai, Allahumma iduni ateku, Allahumma iduni adacan, Allahumma iduni ayanzu, Allahumma iduni gobe. Raba mu da sharrin masharranta, raba mu da halin magulmaci. To kun ji zancen magulmaci sannan ku zai zo wajen wannan sannan ku ai wane ya ce ma baka da kirki sam muddin idan dai ku ka kama abinda kun ka tattauna zai tsallake kun ganan take zai gangara kan wajen wancan abin hakun kenan yawa na shi ne ka ɓata ka amma abin ai da mamaki kamar wani shi ne ka ɓata ka. Idan da gora a hannunka ka ga ashe ka ɓara ai wani ga gora ɗan tauna da kawai kan na shagance. Muddin idan duk ya gana ma in ka ɗau zancen magulmaci matakka ma sai ta raina ta danginka ma sai ku ɓata san wajen aiki sai a raina ta ƴaƴanka ma sai su raina ta in ka mi zancen magulmaci ikan ɓata halin zaman datan ikan ɓata halin zaman yanzu ikan ɓata halin zaman gobe. Allahu ya wahidun mai ni da ba mu da sharrin magulmaci. Da ba mu da sharrin masharanta to da ba mu da sharrin magulmaci dan uwa. Kyauta da ba mu da sharrin masharranta to da ba mu da sharrin magulmaci mai ɓata halin zaman yanzu mai ɓata halin zaman gobe haƙƙin uwa sai ya ɓata kaf. Buru ɗannan magulmaci idan to ku gane kuna kabre kullum ku sai ku yi ta saɓawa burinsu ko ya ku aiki ka. Magulmaci sannan ka ɗan uwan shaidan mai ɓata halin zaman taro mai ɓata halin zaman. In an ce ku wannan magulmaci shine ku ai ɗan uwan shaidan mai ɓata halin zaman dacan mai ɓata halin zaman gobe. Mata halin zaman yanzu mata miji sai ya ɓata sam. Raba mu da sharrin magulmaci raba mu da magulmaci to kun yi zancen magulmaci. Kyauta da ba mu da sharrin masharranta to da ba mu da sharrin magulmaci mai ɓata halin zaman yanzu mai ɓata halin zaman gobe haƙƙin uwa sai ya ɓata kaf. Buru ɗannan magulmaci idan to ku gane kuna kabre kullum ku sai ku yi ta saɓawa burinsu ko ya ku aiki ka. Magulmaci sannan ka ɗan uwan shaidan mai ɓata halin zaman taro mai ɓata halin zaman. In an ce ku wannan magulmaci shine ku ai ɗan uwan shaidan mai ɓata halin zaman dacan mai ɓata halin zaman gobe. Mata halin zaman yanzu mata miji sai ya ɓata sam. Abokanai sai ya ɓata ku ba ka gaisuwa ko cikin taro kai ko wajen suna ba ka gaisuwa duk wajen wannan kun cikar da sharrin magulmaci. Wa'annan sai ku bincika don Allah ku dande ku gane shi. Wannan sai ku bincika sharaɗi ku domin ku gane shi. Taron mutum kun sani in sun dubu ɗaya kamar goma mutuƙar akwai ɗaya munahuki kai tuntunin sai ya ɓata ku. Amma wasu ɓangare na nan to ba mutum sai munafuki. Ku ai ba mu san wannan. Raba mu da sharrin magulmaci, raba mu da sharrin manahuki, raba mu da sharrin munahuki, sannan ka kai ka ɗan shedan, sannan ka kai ɗan uwan shedan. Allahumma iduni a tuddai, Allahumma iduni a sammai, Allahumma iduni a tuddai, Allahumma iduni a sammai, Allahumma iduni a ƙasai, Allahumma iduni a teku, Allahumma iduni a dacen, Allahumma iduni a yanzu, Allahumma iduni a gobe. Raba mu da sharrin masharranta, raba mu da halin magulmaci. To kun ji zancen magulmaci, sannan ku zai zo wajen wannan, sannan ku aiwana ya ce ma baka da kirki sam. Muddin idan dai ku ka kama abinda kun ka tattauna zai tsallake kun ganan take, zai gangara kan wajen wancan abin hakun kenan yawa na shi ne ka ɓata ka. Amma abin ai da mamaki kamar wani shi ne ka ɓata ka. Idan da gora a hannunka kaga ashe ka ɓara ai wani ga gora ɗan tauna liƙa kawai kan na shagance. Muddin idan duk ya zana ma in ka ɗau zancen magulmaci, matakka ma sai ta raina ta, danginka ma sai ku ɓata san wajen aiki sai a raina ta, ƴaƴanka ma sai su raina ta. In ka mi zancen magulmaci ikan ɓata halin zaman datan, ikan ɓata halin zaman yanzu, ikan ɓata halin zaman gobe. Allahu ya wahidun mai ni da ba mu da sharrin magulmaci. Kullum ku sai ku yi ta saɓawa burinsu ko ya ku aikika. Burinsu ko ya ku aikika. Magulmaci sannan ka ɗan uwan shaidan mai ɓata halin magulmaci, sannan ka ɗan uwan shaidan mai ɓata halin zaman taro ko cikin taro, kai ko wajen suna ba ka gaisuwa duk wajen wannan. Kun cika sharrin magulmaci, wa'annan sai ku bincika don Allah ku dande ku gane shi. Wannan sai ku bincika sharaɗi ku domin ku gane shi. Taron mutum kun sani in sun dubu ɗaya kamar goma, mutuƙar akwai ɗaya munahuki kai tuntunin sai ya ɓata ku. Amma wasu ɓangare na nan to ba mutum sai munahuki. Muku ai ba mu san wannan. Raba mu da sharrin magulmaci, raba mu da sharrin manahuki, raba mu da sharrin munahuki, sannan ka kai ka ɗan shedan, sannan ka kai ɗan uwan shedan. Allahumma iduni a tuddai, Allahumma iduni a sammai, Allahumma iduni a tuddai, Allahumma iduni a sammai, Allahumma iduni a ƙasai, Allahumma iduni a teku, Allahumma iduni a dacen, Allahumma iduni a yanzu, Allahumma iduni a gobe. Raba mu da sharrin masharranta, raba mu da halin magulmaci. To kun ji zancen magulmaci, sannan ku zai zo wajen wannan, sannan ku aiwana ya ce ma baka da kirki sam. muddin idan dai ku ka kama abinda kun ka tattauna zai tsallake kun ganan take zai gangara kan wajen wancan abin hakun kenan yawa na shi ne ka ɓata ka amma abin ai da mamaki kamar wani shi ne ka ɓata ka idan da goron a hannunka kaga ashe ka ɓara ai wani ga gora ɗan tauna rika kawai kan na shagance muddin idan duk ya zana ma in ka ɗau zancen magulmaci matakka ma sai ta raina ka danginka ma sai ku ɓata san wajen aiki sai a raina ka ƴaƴanka ma sai su raina ka in ka mi zancen magulmaci ikan ɓata halin zaman datan ikan ɓata halin zaman yanzu ikan ɓata halin zaman gobe Allahu ya wahidun mai ni da ba mu da sharrin magulmaci da ba mu da sharrin sai ku yi ta sabawa burin su ko ya ku aiki ka mai ɓata halin zaman in an ce ku wannan magulmaci shine ku ai dan uwan shedan mai bata halin zaman dacan mai bata halin zaman gobe mai bata halin zaman yanzu mata miji sai ya bata sam abokanai sai ya bata ku baka gaisuwa ko cikin taro kai ko wajen suna ba ka gaisuwa duk wajen wannan kun cika sharrin magulmaci wa'annan sai ku bincika don Allah ku danne ku gane shi wannan sai ku bincika sharaɗi ku domin ku gane shi taron mutum kun sani in sun dubu ɗaya kamar goma mutuƙar akwai ɗaya munahuki kai tuntunin sai ya ɓata ku amma wasu ɓangare na nan to ba mutum sai munahuki ku ai ba musan wannan raba mu da sharrin magulmaci raba mu da sharrin manahuki raba mu da sharrin munahuki sannan ka kai kan uwan shedan sannan ka kai kan uwan shedan Allahu mai duniya tuddai Allahu mai duniya sammai Allahu mai duniya tuddai Allahu mai duniya sammai Allahu mai duniya kasai Allahu mai duniya teku Allahu mai duniya da can Allahu mai duniya yanzu Allahu mai duniya gobe raba mu da sharrin masharranta raba mu da halin magulmaci to kun ji zancen magulmaci sannan ku zai zo wajen wannan sannan ku aiwana ya ce ma baka da kirki sam muddin idan dai ku ka kama abinda kun ka tattauna zai tsallake kun ganan take zai gangara kan wajen wancan abin hakun kenan yawa na shi ne ka ɓata ka amma abin ai da mamaki kamar wani shi ne ka ɓata ka idan da goron a hannunka kaga ashe ka ɓara ai wani ga gora ɗan tauna rika kawai kan na shagance muddin idan duk ya zana ma in ka ɗau zancen magulmaci matakka ma sai ta raina ka danginka ma sai ku ɓata san wajen aiki sai a raina ka ɗan'anka ma sai su raina ka in ka mi zancen magulmaci ikan ɓata halin zaman datan ikan ɓata halin zaman yanzu ikan ɓata halin zaman gobe Allahu ya wahidun mai ni da ba mu da sharrin magulmaci da ba mu da sharrin masharanta to da ba mu da sharrin magulmaci dan uwa mai kyauta da ba mu da sharrin masharranta to da ba mu da sharrin magulmaci mai bata halin zaman yanzu mai bata halin zaman gobe haƙƙin uwa sai ya bata kaf buru ɗan nan magulmaci idan to ku gane kuna kabre kullum ku sai ku yi ta saɓawa burinsu ko ya ku aiki ka magulmaci sannan ka dan uwan shaidan mai bata halin zaman taro mai bata halin zaman in an ce ku wannan magulmaci shine ku ai dan uwan shaidan mai bata halin zaman dacan mai bata halin zaman gobe mata halin zaman yanzu mata miji sai ya bata sam abokanai sai ya bata ku baka gaisuwa ko cikin taro kai ko wajen suna baka gaisuwa duk wajen wannan kun cika sharrin magulmaci wa'annan sai ku bincika don Allah ku dande ku gane shi wannan sai ku bincika sharaɗi ku domin ku gane shi taro mutum kun sani in sun dubu ɗaya kamar goma mutuƙar akwai ɗaya munahuki kai tuntunin sai ya ɓata ku amma wasu ɓangare na nan to ba mutum sai munafuki mu ku ai ba musan wannan raba mu da sharrin magulmaci raba mu da sharrin munafuki raba mu da sharrin munafuki sannan ka kai kan uwan shedan sannan ka kai kan uwan shedan Allahumma iduni atuddai Allahumma iduni asammai Allahumma iduni atuddai Allahumma iduni asammai Allahumma iduni akasai Allahumma iduni ateku Allahumma iduni adacan Allahumma iduni ayanzu Allahumma iduni gobe da ba mu da sharrin masharranta da ba mu da halin magulmaci to kun ji zancen magulmaci sannan ku zai zo wajen wannan sannan ku aiwana ya ce ma baka da kirki sam muddin idan dai ku ka kama abinda kun ka tattauna zai tsallake kun ganan take zai gangara kan wajen wancan abin hakun kenan yawa na shi ne ka ɓata ka amma abin ai da mamaki kamar wani shi ne ka ɓata ka idan da gora a hannunka kaga ashe ka ɓara ai
Good afternoon, please come in if you are far off. Be seated. We have to get going. Everybody be seated. Please come in. Let's get going. We still have 2 sessions and then a gala dinner tonight.
Amma mai akwai da babu duka dangantaka ku daidai. Allah ike faɗa haka ba ni nake faɗa ba, da ni nake faɗa haka da sai ku ƙaryata ni. Amma mai akwai da babu daga dangantakan ku daidai. Allah ike faɗa haka ba ni nake faɗa ba, da ni nake faɗa haka da sai ku ƙaryata ni. Kai mai akwai ka gane idan kai gida 30 cikin guda za ka je ka kwana, a ɗaki guda ka kan kwan, a kayan gado guda ɗaya. Haka nan wanda bai da komai gida guda za a je kwana, a ɗaki guda ikan kwan, a gefe guda ikan kwan, a kayan karau na falle. To yan gari ya waye ta nan daga dangantakan ku daidai. In ba ku ɗan misali, kai mai akwai ka gane, in kana takamar akwai ne, ba ka sanya hula 10 a kan ka kai ɗai, ai da an gano ka sai a ce na ya taɓo. Sai dai ka sa guda ɗai, haka nan wanda bai da komai, shi ma isa guda ɗai, matuƙar in yana da hali, to ma idan ka duba ta nan da ka danganta kanku daidai. In ba ku ɗan misali da agogon jaka 30 da agogon sulai 30, in wannan iba da loto daidai wannan iba da loto daidai, yan za a dai kira sosai ka ji sunan su don agogo. In ba ku ɗan misali da nonon sulai 30 da nonon kwabo 30, in za ka dai zuba ai sai ka ga dai farin su daidai. Kai mai akwai ka gane in kana takama akwai ne, ba ka sanya takalmi 10 a san ka kai ɗai, ai da an gano ka sai a ce ga mahaukaci na. Sai dai ka sa guda ɗai, haka nan wanda bai da komai, shi ma isa guda ɗai, matuƙar in yana da hali, in ma idan ka duba ta nan daga dangantakan ku daidai. Kai mai akwai ka gane in ba ka ɗan misali, shi Allah huwal ladina bai aike da duk gidanka, bai aike da arzikinka, sai dai da zuciya fa. Haka nan wanda bai da komai, Allah huwal ladina bai aike da babu ɗinsa, sai dai da zuciya ta yi. Shin mara idan ka duba ta nan daga dangantakan ku daidai. Allah huwal ladina. Kai mai akwai ka gane in ba ku ɗan misali ran komuwa ga Allah. Kai mai akwai ka gane in ba ka ɗan misali ranar komuwa ga Allah. Yadi 5 fari ɗai a ciki za a nan naɗe ka, lami guda akan tona ka tuna ba a tona 10, dan wai kana da hali a ciki za a tuna ka. Haka nan wanda bai da komai ran komuwa ga Allah, yadi 5 fari ɗai ciki za a nan naɗe shi, rami guda akan tona ka tuna ba a tona 10, don wai bai da komai. Don malam idan ka duba ta nan daga danganta kanku daidai. Kai mai akwai ka gane in middin kana da shi ne, in middin tana da shi ne burin ta shirya khairi kai taimako da kowa ka taimaka wa kowa ka agaza wa kowa ka kyautata wa kowa ranku.
This panel is Hafsa Aliyu. Please put your hands together for Hafsa Aliyu as she comes over. Thank you. She's in red. Please come over. Thank you. And the panelists are Suraya Ahmad, founding partner, Sabu Capital. Suraya Ahmad. Thank you. Her appreciation is not loud enough. Are you not? Yes, please. Thank you. And then we have Aminu Bakori. Founder, CEO, Sudo Africa. Aminu Bakori, founder, CEO, Sudo Africa. Thank you, Aminu. And then Honorable Mohammed Bello El-Rufai, member of the House of Representatives, Kaduna North. Okay, I'm told he is no more coming. He was at the last panel. Then the last one panelist is Al-Amin Idris, CEO Interface. Al-Amin Idris, CEO Interface. Quite appropriately, you can see that is a generational panel. Please put your hands together for this generational panel, the future and the way to go. Hafsa Aliyu, moderator for this panel, Harnessing Digital Economy and Innovation to Boost Growth in Northern Nigeria. You are all welcome. Before I hand over to the moderator, I'm told that I should advise that we should all move forward to the seats in front so that we can populate the seats in front, and it will be better so that, because we seem to be having empty seats in the front while some people are spread all to the back. Please, let's all move in. You can come in. The only seat you may not want to take should be the front seats. Any other seat, you can sit anywhere, please. Thank you. Let's move. Let's make it quickly so that the panelists can start. Thank you. Can we do that very quickly, please? The gentleman still at the back, please, can you move forward, please? Yes, once again, put your hands together for this panel, Technology, harnessing digital economy and innovation to boost growth in northern Nigeria. Hafsa Aliyu, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Distinguished guests, esteemed panelists, and honored participants, good afternoon and welcome to the Northern Nigeria Investment and Industrialization Summit 2025. My name is Hafsa Ali Muaz, and I am thrilled to be your moderator on the ICT panel on the topic Harnessing Digital Economy and Innovation to boost growth in northern Nigeria. We don't have a lot of time on our hands, so I'm going to allow the panelists to introduce themselves briefly, then I will ask them their questions so that we will move through this quickly. So, Ms. Soraya.
Thank you very much, Hafsa. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I know you've had a very long day. Please permit me to stand on existing protocol. My name is Soraya Ahmed. I'm a managing partner at Sabu Capital. Sabu Capital invests in and provides technical assistance to high-growth, small and medium enterprises in secondary cities. I know that can be a mouthful, so to break it down, what we do is we invest in and provide technical assistance to companies in Nigeria outside of Lagos. So for example, a company that we're about to invest in Kaduna State, we could target companies in Akwa Ibom, just outside of Lagos. And then within West and Central Africa, we focus on Cote d'Ivoire and Senegal. Growth. Now, what are the drivers of growth, or basically increase in GDP? There are three drivers of growth. One of them is capital. So you can look at land, infrastructure, equipment. The other one is labor, which is a young population that northern Nigeria can boast of. Now, the last one is the technology or innovation multiplier, and that is missing at the moment. So it is not that, sorry, the question is what can we do, right? Yes. It's not that what can we do, it is what must we do to grow. And while we have the two growth multipliers at the moment, we would need the last one, and we would need it in a very drastic way for northern Nigeria to even start to catch up with the rest of the country when it comes to growth.
Okay, wow. Thank you for your valuable insight on this. Okay, so Mr. Aminu, please can you introduce yourself, just a brief summary, and then I'll ask you a question before I go back again.
Okay, good afternoon everyone. My name is Aminu Bakori. I am the founder and CEO of Pseudo Africa. Pseudo Africa is a fintech company here in northern Nigeria, started in Kaduna, now in Abuja. We basically provide infrastructure services to other fintechs and other financial institutions around the country. In summary, that's what we do.
Okay, okay. So, how can fintech solution improve payment efficiency in northern Nigeria's industrial value chains? What percentage reduction in transaction costs and will be achieved compared to traditional banking? And how does this impact the competitiveness of northern businesses in national and international markets?
Okay. I don't. Oh, okay, okay. I hope it's much better now. So to answer your question, there are two things I need to speak about. The first one is cash flow is king. For any business owner, cash flow is highly important for that business. And you can't have cash flow if money doesn't move around, right? And that's where the fintechs and other financial institutions come into play. The second thing I want to say is, time is money. right? So money is time. So at the end of the day, the faster you have the SMEs or small businesses having access to the funds, makes it a lot easier for them to run their businesses on a day-to-day basis. But traditionally, when you look at the northern part of the country, we are really less privileged, if I can use that word. Think of local governments around the country. Example, mine, I always give example of my own local government. Today in Bakuri, we have 0 banking institutions operating in the local government. So for people to have access to financial services, they will need to move to the other local government, which is close to Bakuri, to have access to banking services. Now, flip the table to where we are today in terms of fintechs running financial accounts for people around the country. People like MoneyPoint, OP, and others who provide digital banking services to businesses. It fosters and gives people more access to these services, thereby increasing the availability of the funds to these businesses. So rather than them, waking up in the morning, going to Funtua or maybe to Danja to access, financial services, now they have access to it right there where they are. So your typical Meshai, if I can put it that way, has a bank account and you could transfer directly into that person's account. It increases his ability to instantly be able to now purchase things he needs, as a business owner to run his day-to-day operations without necessarily spending a lot of time having access to financial services. The other part of your question on cost implication of all of this is we're significantly seeing a huge drop in transaction fees if you look across board. 2 things I'll speak about is POS transaction fees. From a merchant standpoint, that was 0.5% capped at 2005 before. Today, you have merchants receiving payments, 50 naira, 100 naira per transaction, which is a significant drop in, the cost of transaction. Same thing goes with the normal transfer that we do on a day-to-day basis today. I'm always the advocate of transfer fees will get to 0. We're already seeing it with Sterling Bank today. Sterling is offering free transfers to everybody. So at the end of the day, that's going to happen.
Okay, thank you. And I love your Meshai reference. So, Mr. Alami, what are the biggest barriers to digital adaptation in northern Nigeria, and how can they be overcome?
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Al-Amin Idris. I'm the founder and CEO of Interface. At Interface, what we do is we connect, sorry, it's okay. At Interface, what we do is we connect, sorry. Hello? Okay, this is much better, thank you. So at Interface, what we do is we connect last mile underserved communities to essential services that will help them grow, that will help them thrive, like clean energy and financing. And aptly put, your question, I believe the underlying problem or the underlying product that will help unlock digital economy, especially in northern Nigeria, is access to power. Because without access to power, reliable, clean, affordable electricity, you can't stay connected, you can't collect digital payments, you can't have an online presence, you can't even learn more skills to grow your business. So, and that's why we try to use power as that anchor, whereby we connect you, especially people in the most last mile communities to these service providers that will not just give them energy access, but also financing option based on their income level, income pattern as well, to enable them pay over time. So we work with different segments of the communities. Small petty traders do daily or weekly payment because that's how they make their money. Employees of government or salaried workers do monthly payment because that's how their income flows. Farmers do seasonal, like right now when it's about to be harvest season, and they will have bulk payment to make significant commitment towards their repayment plans. So you see, when homes are connected, when businesses are connected, when communities are connected to power, it just doesn't change their access to economic, them being more economically included, but also, you know, socially, the cohesion in the community, the environmental effect of it as well, likewise the safety and all of that. So I might sound like a carpenter whereby I see everything as a nail having a hammer, but I really truly believe access to power is the fundamental, and that's what unlocks it.
Thank you. So, Ms. Raya, back to you. What innovative digital solutions or business models can address specific challenges faced by youth and women entrepreneurs in mining, agriculture, and energy in northern Nigeria?
Thank you very much, Hafsa. I want to say I might not answer your question directly. I might use it as an opportunity to answer something else. And I think the reason is because I think we're jumping the wagon when we're talking about innovative technologies that can be used in mining, agriculture, or power. I mean, we can go down the path of saying IoT, geosensing for mining. We can talk about drone irrigation in agriculture, precision farming. We can talk about all the technical stuff. But I think if we go back to the basics, we realize that we have a society that has a massive digital gap, right? So we have a workforce that does not even understand how to leverage the power of digital innovations in their daily lives, talk less of translating it into these sectors. So for me, I think the question would be, how does northern Nigeria, as a region with a massive population, growing at twice the rate of the south, actually groom the current population we have that is in abject poverty to actually become digitally literate? So permit me to reframe the question in that sense, if you would. Thank you. So I think for me, some of the things that come to mind immediately is what have other people done? So they said if you can't learn from others, then you're not learning. When I look at India, I see a lot of similarities. India has a population of 1.3 billion people that are also very conservative, very rural population. Basically, you can draw a lot of similarities between India and northern Nigeria. So when I think about how India was able to build, go from zero to building a population of over 500 million people that are digitally enabled, literally now when you see an Indian anywhere in the world, they are synonymous to doctors, they are synonymous to engineers, they are synonymous to the best software developers that you can find. So how did an India do this? Right? Can northern Nigeria learn from some of these things to actually groom our young population into becoming digitally enabled? So for me, I look at India's approach as a bottom-up approach. So they started with educating, digitalizing, and then scaling. And that's a framework that perhaps we can adapt. So you would agree with me that at this moment, it's not just about having the highest number of out-of-school children in the country. It's also about the fact that people that actually do have access to education have access to very low-quality education. So you have graduates that cannot type anything on the computer, graduates that cannot use Microsoft Word or Microsoft Excel. So we have to start from there, right? The rights that we're giving to people when we go out for campaigns, can we give them laptops instead? You know? Yes. So I think as a region, we need to start to refocus our energy into empowering people rather than feeding people. So again, sorry if I'm hitting some chords, but But I mean, that's the reality, right? We can give keke napep and sewing machines and grinding machines, then definitely we can afford to give laptops. If we can put people in a room and campaign to them, then we can put people in a room and give them digital skills. And I think that is where we should start from. If you have that cousin, that auntie, that niece that is in school, and you can afford to buy her a small laptop or a smartphone, please buy it and give it to her. Because just by being able to do that, what you've done is you've opened the door of access for somebody. It means they can go online to free website, Harvard, Oxford. They are offering free courses on edX. You can literally learn anything for free now. People just need to be empowered with access. So definitely I would say educate, digitalize, and then scale. So all of those fancy technologies, I think they would come at the end when we have the educated workforce that can actually utilize them. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Raya. You made a very important point here. So, Mr. Aminu, how can the digital literacy programs be designed and implemented effectively to address the needs of diverse population in northern Nigeria?
I think I will be a little bit biased to answer the question from a financial standpoint because I'm coming from, finance. In all honesty, it doesn't go far away from what Soraya has said, regarding education. We have to educate our populace, on. I should increase my voice still. Okay, is it much better? Sorry. So it doesn't go far away from what she has said regarding education, right? And for me, I feel we need to localize the education itself towards, our culture, our religion, schematics, to fully understand how we can deliver these messages to, the populace. A typical example I'll give you is I've raised foreign capital, and capital is a different ball game when you come to the northern part of the country, both from an investment angle and also from taking the investment in itself. There are a whole lot of ideas and things that you hear around raising capital. We are all scared of loans, scared of taking credit. People need to be fully educated on what credit means and what are the ethical ways of doing things. And for me, I think we are already seeing a whole lot of progress when it comes to ethical banking, for example. It has been proven by Taj Bank and all the others that going the ethical way is great. It gives a lot of profit to the banking institutions and also to the populace. So for me, it's all about education and localizing it and ensuring that our people fully understand these terminologies coming from their own perspective rather than coming from the Western perspective. If I'm raising capital, and I'm calling, safe notes, venture capital, they have no idea what that is. But then, they fully understand what adashi is, they fully understand, other things, and we could fully incorporate those things into our financial spectrum to, deliver these services to them.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Alami. Yes, sir. So, Mr. Alami, what solutions or strategies can be employed to improve digital? Okay. Can you hear me? Okay. What solutions or strategies can be employed to improve digital connectivity and security in northern Nigeria? And what role can private sector companies like Interface play in driving these efforts?
Right, thank you. So I love data. That's something that's been central around my image. And I feel like everything we do as individuals, as policymakers, as business owners should be data-driven. So any strategy we choose to adopt to increase connectivity, especially to the most underserved, most beyond the great communities, should be data-driven. And one thing we should really invest in, which we lack as a country in general, is the data to make those decisions. So I wouldn't sit here and say I know the answers to what ways to go about connections and how to unlock access to these people for the connectivity, but there are ways to go about it. Number one is to understand, how best do we serve them? What's the kind of demand in places like that, and it might be easy to get it more decentralized, whereby you have products like Starlink now going to places that otherwise having them the interconnected telco systems we currently have wouldn't. But then when they go there, what's the demand like? What then does the offtake of the connection go to? Does it go to just streaming? Does it go to social media scrolling? And if it goes to social media, does this increase their output as a community, as people? All of that have to be measured, and then those will then determine how people, because these things have to be paid for, in essence. Yeah. So those are things that will determine how the connections will get there first, and then how people will pay for them. Because getting them connected is one thing, getting the people to pay for these connections they now have is another thing entirely. So that's secondly. And gladly, my friend here, Abid, is working on fintech. Another way to go about it is, how do you collect your payment after connecting people? The telcos have made a great stride towards getting people to pay for services they access. Well, sometimes when you reach these communities and you serve them, the other part of it is how do they pay you? How do you collect your money? Even if you do that through agents, you end up aggregating and then deploying. A lot of money gets lost on the way. But the more wallets we have, like individually, whereby people can make their own payments, it then becomes easier for you to not just serve, but also retain value as you serve them, and all that. But then overall, it's about data. Let's understand what kind of people live here, what kind of services do they offer, what kind of services do they consume, what kind of work do they do, what kind of education do they have access to, and how do they intend to get access to other, like what Soraya mentioned, more open courseware that will get them more productive and then be more affordable, able rather to make payment and also pay for these services they access.
Okay. Thank you very much. So we don't have time and we have to wrap up this conversation right now. I'm sorry. But our panelists here have given us diverse perspectives and expertise on the topic harnessing digital economy and innovation to boost growth across northern Nigeria. Thank you very much once again. I want to express my gratitude to you, our panelists, and our audience for their active participation. I believe the conversations we've had today will undoubtedly shape the future of digital economy in northern Nigeria. Thank you very much, and hope to see you soon.
And on that note, we should appreciate the panelists again, the moderator, the panelists. If the cameramen are close by, maybe they want to take some photos. I think the moderator should be in the middle. Thank you. Yes, please. Right. No, not that way. Exactly. Okay. Please appreciate them again. Wonderful panel. Thank you. Our next panel is on solid minerals. Panel 4, solid minerals, with the title Mining for Sustainable Growth in Northern Nigeria. Opportunities, challenges, and pathways to inclusive development. Moderator is Nere Emiko. Please put your hands together for Nere Emiko, Founder, Executive Vice Chairman of Kian Smith. Nere Emiko. Are they here? All right, she's right there in black. Please, as she comes, appreciate her. Thank you. Nere Emiko is Founder, Executive Vice Chairman of Kian Smith. And then we have a lead presenter for the panel, Professor Ibrahim Garba. Professor Ibrahim Garba. Professor Ibrahim Garba, lead presenter for the panel. He's also in black. Please put your hands together for Prof. Thank you. For the panelists, we have Engineer Abdurrahman Otan. Engineer Abdurrahman Otan. And then we have Engineer, oh, all right. Oh, they're not doing. Okay. Engineer Abdurrahman Otan. Is he here? Please raise your hand if you're the one. Engineer Abdurrahman Otan. Okay, he's not here. Then the next panelist is Engineer Shuaibu Bello, MD KMDC. Engineer Shuaibu Bello. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And the next panelist, Roland Ataguba. Roland Ataguba. Roland Ataguba. Roland Ataguba is from the Bethlehem Rail Infrastructure. Bethlehem Rail Infrastructure. And so I'll hand over to the moderator. You all introduce yourselves, and then we will allow the lead presenter to come and make a presentation, and then we'll come back to the discussions. Oh, okay. Yes, we also have the last but one panelist, Ms. Nanji Sheni, Engineer Nanji Sheni. Engineer, please put your hands together for. She's daughter to the Director General of the Northern Elders Forum. But she's not based here. She's from the diaspora, isn't it? Right. Please put your hands together for her. Thank you. Thank you. So we will have introductions, and then the lead presenter will present, and then we'll go for the discussions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So this is going to be the best panel of the whole summit. You have saved the best for last. This is the mining panel with a lot of energy. They've given us 30 minutes, but we will do justice to this 30 minutes. So let me quickly do the intros before Professor Garba does his presentation. Professor Garba, Ibrahim Garba, is a professor of economics of geology at Ahmadu Bello University. To save time, I don't know what to say about him. He's the top. He's at the top. He's our chairman. He's our professor. He's many things. He was the first DG of the Nigerian Mining Cadastral Office. He serves as the VC of Kano University of Science, also Ahmadu Bello University as well. He's the chairman of the Presidential Artisanal Gold Mining Development Initiative. I'll stop there. There's a lot we can say. Engineer Otan, I know is somewhere in the room, so I'll briefly do his intro. He's a distinguished mining engineer, project development expert with over 30 years of experience. He's many things, but just so you know, he's also served as the Miremco chairman for Kwara State previously, and he was a pioneer council member of the National Steel Council. Here we go. Here's Engineer Abdurrahman. Welcome. So he's presently an associate professor of mining engineering at Kwara State University. Next is who I like to call my MD, Engineer Chaibu Kabir Bello. He's the MD of the Kaduna Mining Development, MD and CEO of the, forgive me MD, of the Kaduna Mining Development Company, where he leads the state's drive to unlock value from his vast solid minerals potential. He holds an MBA and a bachelor's degree in metallurgical and materials engineering from Ahmadu Bello University. He attended several executive programs at Cambridge and Harvard University. He's a registered engineer with Coren. Before his role, he served as the senior special assistant to the governor of Kaduna State on ICT. Several other things to save time. Next, we have Mr. Roland, whose bio I don't have. Madam, that intro was so brief, was so quick, so I will leave Mr. Roland and the other lady to introduce before Professor Garba does the intro. Thank you.
Yes, they can introduce themselves. Roland Ataguba is with Bethlehem Braille Infrastructure, but he can briefly tell us who he is, and then we'll move to the next person. Thank you.
Hello? I think it works. Hello? All right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Roland Ataguba. I'm CEO at Bethlehem Rail Infrastructure Limited. We are a strategic delivery advisory firm in the UK and have been active in Nigeria in the last 12 or so years, advising governments, private investors, and all other players within the railway ecosystem. I think I better hold it there. And we'll talk some more about railway, but that's what I'm doing on this panel. Mining and railway go hand in hand. So I'm in the right place. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Nanji Sheni. I'm an engineer as well. I am a chemical engineer by profession who's made her way into process engineering, and I work as a business development manager in a multinational EPCM, engineering, procurement, and construction management company. My role in mining, especially in this setting, is to help the mine owners to see what they need to do in terms of development and engineering to get to a point where they are appealing to an investor. And then to help the investor also see what does a good investment look like from a mining perspective. Thank you.
Okay, we're having some technical difficulties, but what will happen is Professor Garba will do the presentation. I guess he still can do it. He's a professor, this is his expertise. So even without you seeing the slides, he will do about a 10-minute presentation, and then we will now enter the panel. Very good, we have the slides.
Thank you very much, Chairman, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Please, who is controlling the slide? Let's go straight to the preamble. Go, good. Okay, good. Now, this sector of mining is one of the least understood and is driven by very good knowledge, the technical exploration, mining knowledge, and the knowledge of the sector governance. If these are lacking, then you are not likely to get any mining development happening. So this is a country where we have benefited in the past from mining, but somehow today we found ourselves where mining has declined and is almost officially non-existent. I will show you why. But certainly there are a lot of opportunities for mining in Nigeria, especially in northern Nigeria. Next, please. So if you go to this chart, next one, you will see the next, go next. Next. The maps. Okay. Can you go to the next one? No, oh, you have gone too far. Go to those maps. Anyway, you know, we've been saying that northern Nigeria occupies almost 70-75% of the land mass of Nigeria. That goes along also with the mining opportunities, because mining is a matter of land, and the more land you have, the more opportunity you're likely to find minerals in the ground. So economic minerals are of many types, and they have different usage in the industry for human beings. They have different value, and those values are what miners chase. You cannot compare a ton of limestone or sand and a ton of gold. They are all 1 ton of material, but certainly you can't compare the values easily. So for us, there are minerals that are of very high value, and there are minerals that have low value but bulk and are used by industry every day almost. So in this summit, we are interested also in looking at the linkage between mining and agriculture and power supply. There are minerals that are suitable or applicable to agricultural development, and there are minerals that are good for power generation and supply. Now, in Nigeria, the sector called mining economically is dominated by extraction that is using quarrying. Quarrying is just surface extraction. You drill, you blast, you know, and then you excavate, you go. And these are mostly low-value minerals such as granite, sand, limestones, and so on. Now, but people don't mine for mining's sake. Mining is not a social service. People mine to make money and make profits. So unless mining is allowed and it will bring value back, then it's better to leave the ground undisturbed than to disturb the ground and it turns no value. And that is exactly what is beginning to be seen in Nigeria. Because in the last 9 years, the contribution of mining to our gross domestic product, GDP, only rose from 0.12 to 0.83%. So in 9 years, in fact, the latest one is 0.72 from our data. So why are we extracting the ground and then we are not getting commensurate value? So this is showing us that Nigeria is essentially not a mining country. And that's why people don't come to us to mine, because they don't consider us to be a mining country. Quarrying, breaking sand, excavating sand, breaking granite, taking limestone are not mining. These are quarrying. It's not mineral mining. In some countries, local governments control those activities because they are really low value. You generate little money out of it. So if you look at the growth of the sector in the 9 years, you'll see how the contribution of revenue to government through royalty payments and then the GDP is only gradually increasing, but totally insignificant. The highest contribution so far done is 0.72 to government revenues and $401 billion naira to revenue. That one is 0.72 is to GDP. From 2014 right down to 2023 when we have the latest data. So if you look at what constitutes mining in Nigeria, 68% of the material we are extracting are just limestone, granite aggregate, sand, laterite, coal, gold. So if you stop at coal, they constitute 68%. Even the coal is used by cement industry, limestone by cement industry. So gold is coming up now, thanks to Segilola project in Osun State. The first time now we are beginning to see the contribution of real mining. So in essence, there's a chart here, this thing is not moving. You will have seen that construction materials for construction and cement production constitute almost 70%. Gold is now 17% of total contribution. Then lead zinc, 5%. Why? Because there are some new mines that are coming that are producing lead zinc. But all other minerals, they are all within 10% of contribution. So really we are not seeing much value. If you go by geopolitical zones, I have a chart here. I've thought the thing has stopped somewhere. I have a chart here that shows contribution of mining, because the only way we see contribution of mining is when people, the miners, pay royalty to government. And then government uses it for our own general development. There are certain zones. In fact, at the moment, and this is a challenge to this summit, the Southwest is the mining region of Nigeria because it's contributing almost 46%, 37 to 46% of the total revenue contribution from mining. Then followed by North Central with about 23. Then Northwest, 8%, Northeast, 2.7%, and so on. So when you put all the northern regions, they almost equate only to the southwestern production of minerals. And this is mining, we're not talking about any other thing. So like we said, we have Good. Look at it. Thank you very much, my dear. So this is the thing. And this is every year, the Nigerian Extractive Industry Transparency Initiative, NIETI, does a solid mineral audit report. And the latest we have is 2023. But these are the figures that are showing. So really, we should now know where the miners are. So let's go next one. Let's go briefly how our high-value minerals. Next one, next slide. Next slide. Good. I can tell you that in northern Nigeria, we have, of course, we all talk about potentials and prospects. These minerals, if they are explored and developed, can change the picture completely. So I go through quickly them. Next one, gold. See the distribution of gold. Next one. Yes. Oh, no. Go back one bit. You see gold? All our states, we know that we are recording some level of gold mining. Of course, what we are doing here is just giving a broad perspective, not specific amount of production. But the map is not showing. There is a map at the other side, maybe it's not showing, that shows the distribution of the gold mining areas. Next one is tin and columbite. We have, next one please. We have somehow neglected the contribution and value of tin and columbite in Nigeria. There was a time when Nigeria was the 6th largest producer of tin and the largest producer of columbite in the world. Not only being the largest, was contributing almost 95% of the total world supply of columbite. And now we can't show anything for it. Next one. These are the areas, there is a map there by the side. They're supposed to show the areas for tin and columbite mining. Next one. Now, there are certain key prospects or targets that are unusual, and the only place you can find them, like this is one of them. This is a place where there is a granite that contains niobium and uranium and cryolite and rare earth elements. And long ago, British people have already focused their attention on it. By 1952, the British have already established resources of niobium and uranium. In fact, that place was supposed to produce the first nuclear power plant for northern Nigeria way before Kainji Dam was created. But things happened and it was up because the uranium that is being mentioned in Nigeria, this is the place where it is actually established to have some reasonable occurrence. Next one. Oh, I wish you see this picture. In that 1952, no, the one before, is it? The one before that, I think the thing is not showing the pictures. There was a newspaper publication, Nigerian Citizen, in 1952, that says 100 tons a year possible of uranium in Kano State. In 1952, they are talking about that particular spot. Unfortunately, that map is not showing the one before. Go next. Now, this is the economic potential of that kind of target. That this, many of us talk about we have 44 minerals. This is rubbish. You can have one mineral and it can transform your economy. You don't have to have all the numbers. Numbers just don't make anything. We are looking for areas that have real commensurate value. Next one, coltan. Coltan, columbite, tantalite. In fact, this is one of the pride of Nigeria. This is why Nigeria was actually producing sufficient. In fact, this lithium thing that you are hearing, this lithium madness, coltan is more valuable than lithium. And they occur together. But we go for lithium. And the same formation that gives you coltan, and we ignore coltan because everybody wants lithium. No, coltan is more valuable than lithium, even in technology, because lithium was only used in ceramics before and glass. Now it's now that people are now going, and it's not lithium ore that they used to make batteries. We always misunderstand that when we have lithium, we'll have battery. No, it's a different ball game entirely. Next one. Now, let's look at even lithium. This country is really a problem. Despite all the craze for lithium, yesterday we hear Governor of Nasarawa saying that they are putting in $1 billion, but see what they are contributing to the national economy, nothing. So it's either they are all stealing the lithium, they are mining illegally, or it's really not what it is. Not what it is. Nobody can even tell you today that Nigeria has X million tons of reserve or resource of lithium. No. People just keep digging. Some of them are doing pit to pot. Some of them are pretending to do processing plants. They are washing plants. They are upgrading that for better utilization subsequently. So lithium really, let's not get too crazy about it. It's not really something that we worry about as much as we do now. Next one, lead zinc. It's another good target for Nigeria. We know many foreign companies are mining lead zinc along the Benue Trough. right from Benue State, Zurak, then towards Bauchi State, and so on. And there are many other lead zinc associated with the tin areas, you know, and then with the gold areas also. Some people are producing, I think. So Nigeria has widespread sources of lead zinc that can be developed.
My chairman, please, they are signaling me.
Q?
Yeah.
So tell them, let me go down.
Okay,
How many minutes will you give me more?
Let's give you like 3 more.
So 3 more.
All right, sir.
When are you going to start counting? So let's go. Let me talk about 2 things. Iron ore. Yesterday, it was in the publication that Aliko Dangote said, forget about Ajakuta, it will never produce. I agree with him. Ajakuta can never produce steel in Nigeria. True. Look at the numbers. Wait, go next. Next, I will show you what Ajakuta is. Look, the best we have is Itakpe. Isn't it so? Itakpe is a low-grade iron ore. The BIFs that called Nigeria, they are also low-grade. The Agbaja plateau, relatively high, but has phosphorus. So in a good country, you should plan well that these are not ores that can produce steel cheap, because you're competing with, you have to now subject this ore to a lot of beneficiation. Who has the money? And then you produce something that will not sell in the world. So if you look at, for comparative sake, look at the next slide. Go next slide. See Simandu deposit in Guinea. See the Liberian deposit. Those are the kind of things. If you don't have it, you don't have it. You don't have to have it if you don't. So if you go to the next slide, no, before that, you will see what is required for steel producing. 65%. We don't have that. The original plan in Nigeria was for Nigeria to import high-grade iron ore from this same Samandu and blend with our own low-grade and produce steel. And then it's no more. Nobody talks about it anymore. So the next thing, go down, coal. I need to talk about coal finally. Go down. Yes, good. We are being subservient to global pressure for coal, which we know is there. But no country can do without coal at the moment. Coal form the base line for producing power, the cheapest. If you go through, you begin to see most countries in the world, even the Western countries that are now shouting about it, they are going back gradually back to coal because economics dictates all these power sources. If they are not economically viable, you go back to this. Of course, there are now also clean technology for coal that people try as much as possible to minimize the emissions that are unwanted. Now, besides that, if you look at, apart from economics, go down to, go. Good. Now, see coal mining in Nigeria now. It's beginning to resurge. In the last few years, you can see how, but this coal production is all by cement companies because there is lack of power. So they are now resorting to coal. So whether we like it or not, people are mining coal and are using it in the same country. Next one. Now, next one. Good. This one. Good. You see, we are not a developing country. Developing means that we are not thinking of developing. This is what constitutes our energy in Nigeria today. Great percent of Nigerians are either using firewood or charcoal. And where is it coming from? Cutting trees. Cutting trees. So, and you can imagine for northern Nigeria, go next.
Chairman.
First of all, it's not cheap. Nere, you have to allow me a land on this point. Please.
Yes, sir.
When I land, don't worry, leave them. Why would they give this session only half time? Yes. All of them 1 hour. Now 30 minutes. Say no. We can't waste our time on things like this. If we want to learn, let's learn very well.
Yes, sir.
Or not learn at all. So they tell them the house has overruled them. And see my Oga here. Don't be so. Your daughter is there. Oh. Actor. I will okay, thank you very much. Look, the problem is that to our local masses, it's not even cheap. Anybody that's buying charcoal now, you're buying almost 8,000 naira a bag. No talk of firewood. So can't we think of bringing succor to this situation? Energy, we can't joke with energy. Then, if you go down, Go down. Go next. Next. Go next. Go next. Good. This. We need, because cutting trees now is already helping the desert encroachment massively. We talked about this yesterday. So if we can develop coal briquettes from our coal only, even without generating power, you can imagine how, and you make it cheap enough to substitute for firewood, smokeless coal briquettes. And you know, many years back, entrepreneurs have started developing this idea. In fact, they have started testing with bakeries, suya spots, and this is smokeless with so much energy that can substitute firewood, and it's for using coal. So why can't we use this kind of thing to really move ourselves forward? Next, go. Good, next, go. This is important. Now, this limestone is the one that contributes our revenue to mining. This is it. So Dangote is not only making refinery, it's the one leading contributor to our mining revenue, from mining, quarrying, limestone to make cement. So if you look at all the top producers, you see, limestone, these are the contributors of revenue to the mining sector now. So we are not a mining country. We are quarrying, cement, manufacturing country, more or less. Next one, C states. The states that are making mining revenues, and of course will also benefit from mining revenues, are those that are, if you contribute more, you benefit more. See, Ogun, Kogi, Edo on top, because of limestone, because of this cement industry, Bajana, in Okbila, in Shagamu, and so on and so forth. This is where the money is coming. Next one, phosphate. This was, I will rush through it, but phosphate is also a link between mining and agriculture. We cannot grow successful agriculture without fertilizer. And phosphate is one of the main components of fertilizer, and phosphate is a mineral, and we have some amount in Nigeria that can be developed locally. If you go further down, you will see, go down, go down. Good. Now, this one. In the world now, especially in poor countries like our own, we should develop sources like our own low-grade phosphate for direct application in the farms. If you go to Sokoto, you see people mining phosphate and putting in their onion farms directly. Sometimes it takes a few years to dissolve in soil, but it helps them, it reduces their fertilizer cost, and in some cases, the plants also prefer this natural source of phosphate from rocks. Next one. Now, this one you can read for yourself. These are the challenges of the sector that we'll see happening. It's not growing. It's nothing there. We need investment. Again, if you go to the next one, you will see what we have available with. Anybody in the sector knows that the mining sector governance is very poor. There is this widespread irresponsible mining. There are big companies that are mining illegally. There are small people that are mining illegally. So everybody's mining illegally. So that's why there are no revenues. So how can we stop this? So look at, in the end, go next. I wish this picture comes. It's a very nice picture that defines the mining sector in Nigeria. No, before this, go back. Go back. These blank things are pictures, actually. They will take a while to settle. So wait for it to settle, you will see, you will appreciate what I'm talking about. But then what the sector needs now is investment. And there are what investors need in any country that has minerals, that wants people to put in minerals for exploration and development. And unless we create those conditions, then somebody asked me here, what's my advice? I think I should go to the panel. I would answer this one there. I'd like to go in the panel speech, so that I will hear somebody else, maybe perspective different, but I will say something about it. So that one back, take it back, is the one that I want people to see. Maybe it's not showing, it's too heavy. Yes, but some of these very dangerous illegal mining sites. Look at recently, 100 people died in Niger. Is it Niger? Buried. Which country allows this kind of thing? And nobody controls it. Our people are dying just because they are so poor. Very good. See, my God. Go next. This is what defines our mining in Nigeria. Go next. Go next. Next. Poor people. Please, governments, if create even alternative means of livelihood. If you create irrigation farms for these guys to go into the farm, their life is better. They can't go and be dying. How much do they earn? Go to the villages of these miners and see, is there any semblance of wealth? Nothing. So the people that are exploiting them are just using them, take money out and go and enjoy themselves. So mining can only be allowed if it becomes useful to us. If it's no value to the miners in this form, to the government, no revenue, then who else? This is the point we are trying to mine. Go next. You will see how other countries that are relying on mining, go next. No, before then. Go back. Maybe they, because I have two versions, maybe they use the older version. But what I'm saying is here that the countries that are relying on mining in Africa, in the sub-Saharan African countries, the average contribution of mining to GDP is about 10% on the average. But if you see, good, next one. This is countries that are exporting the ratio of their export, their minerals in their total export, and what they are exporting to the world. High value material, and they're making money. Not limestone. You can't export limestone anyway. You can't export sand. You can't export granite thin, that granite aggregate. Next one, next. This is it. Next one again. See countries that are getting mining contribution to GDP. Where are we? Nothing. So let me leave you at that point. Thank you very much. And the question will continue. Thank you so much. Thank you.
I cannot explain to you the value of Professor Garba. And every time he gives his presentations, no matter the version, it's really thought-provoking. Because of time, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to sort of say a few things, discussion. I will give the original questions I had for everyone, but then I will allow everyone sort of pick if they want to respond to the same question or go a different way, because I think it's very important to leave the audience with some thoughts at the end. What was very thought-provoking for me about what Professor Garba presented, and it was one of the original questions that we had for him. What specific mineral value change should we prioritize for immediate development in northern Nigeria? Don't respond yet. But another question that I had, and this was meant for Mr. Ataguba, it was about regional mineral corridors. If you look at, for example, the Lobito corridor, this is now the trend of what's happening. You can look at the Lobito corridor, it's 3 countries coming together. Even with Burkina, Mali, and Niger, the Lipatko-Goma region. And now even what's coming out in Mount Nimba, you're having Cote d'Ivoire, Guinea, and Liberia wanting to come together. It makes me sit down, and I was just thinking, it was a question originally for you, but I'm hearing Professor Garba speaking about that uranium deposit. And I know Niger is rich in uranium, and it makes me sit down and think, are there not regional collaborations, not just even before we come into states? It was a question for you, but I'm throwing this question to all, for us to think. Is the solution, and you know you are the infrastructure man, is the solution really, you know this Kano Maradi line, is the solution to sit down and think, what can we do, Niger, Chad, northern Nigeria as a bloc? What could maybe some northeastern states do together, northwestern states, north central, for example? Now, a question I had also for Engineer Bello, it came down to the communities, because no matter how we look at this, all this mining agitation, and one thing Professor Garba pointed out is there's also poverty in the communities. And you're having the communities, the artisanal miners, a lot of this is poverty driven. But if there were ways that the communities could also have shared value, shared benefit, we were throwing this question at you, being the MD of the Kaduna Mining Development Company. You're handling CDAs. There's a lot the state has revamped there. And the state has to look after all these interests as well. But also even in integrating technology, there's a lot more that the state is carrying. How do we bring that together? Now, for Engineer Otan, one question for you, which really connects to everything Professor Garba was saying, and I've mentioned about the mineral corridors, is about mineral value chains. How do we establish and integrate mining to manufacturing value chains? He spoke a lot about, which we already know, the success story of Dangote Cement, Boa Cement. That's a value chain. But he talked about other minerals, and I just saw you nodding. And it's to talk about this. And for Madame, I forget your name again. Please forgive me. I didn't have the time. I didn't get the brief beforehand. But, you know, you've heard all this, and I've been seeing you taking notes. And as you said, you're in the diaspora, so there's a lot that is probably coming to your mind. A very big component is human capital. I think it's one thing to have the minerals, it's another thing to have human capital, and human capital as well from northern Nigeria. So these are the questions I had for everyone, but feel free as we go down this line. My final question for everyone, really, this is a northern Nigerian investment and industrialization summit. Really quickly, and when you're done, if there's one thing, what is the one thing you think that northern Nigeria can do now to attract more investments into the mineral sector in northern Nigeria? So I think I want us to just kind of go down this way. Professor Garba first, this way. If you're taking too much time, I will prompt you. Thank you.
My chair is a tough, it's a very strong chair. Thank you, gentlemen and ladies. You see, let me start by a question that was sent to me when I was presenting about what can I advise government on Ajakuta. Very simple. Ajakuta is not feasible to produce steel, but already have a manufacturing plant. Produce bicycles, cars, import steel from abroad. The infrastructure is there. Why must you use your own iron ore if it's not suitable? You have in your backyard, you have okra, and your okra is rotten. So you use your rotten okra instead of going to market to buy the best and produce steel. That's the best. Infrastructure is there with so much facilities for doing many, many things. Rolling mills, import billets, roll them out. But we always want to pretend that we have to produce steel, which we cannot. We don't have the raw materials, suitable raw materials, to produce the steel. And we all go ahead to make a whole ministry of steel development. To look at what? Of one industry or one plant? No. So, secondly, you see I've skipped talking about value addition. It's the thing of today, value addition. But it's completely not understood. Look, you cannot impose value addition on a miner. By the way, a miner must add value to his mineral on site before it qualifies for export. So you don't have to say you must do. It's his own economic interest to process it to the percentage that you can now sell. Now, the other value addition people are thinking, because you have lithium in Nigeria, you want to see a battery plant. No, it doesn't work that way. Battery plant is not mining. It's just like saying that when you mine anything, then you must have the other products. No. Nigeria should encourage industrialization, utilizing our mineral resources. Anybody that wants to produce something, product, or the mineral base, now the minerals are supplied. You go and buy your minerals, process them. By the way, products have different specification. Because we have tantalite in Nigeria, which is the main component of mobile phones, doesn't mean that Apple must come to Nigeria and produce iPhone. No, they go to Vietnam where they have no tantalite because the materials can be taken to wherever. Japan produce steel, they have no iron ore deposit, and so on. So the two are separate. Production of products from minerals is not value addition that you impose on mining companies. Mining companies are mineral producers, period. It's like a farmer producing corn. You have to tell him that you must produce biscuit or cornflakes. What's his own business there? The cornflakes and the biscuit producers come and buy the minerals and so on. Now, the third point I want to make is on this, what do we need to do? To be honest, is the governance. It's the sector governance that is the problem. We have now reached a point where the Constitution says everything is on the federal government. Correct. But the federal government is not able or have no capacity or willingness to make sure that they control the sector. Because of that, they are living and governed spaces taken over by, in my local government, somebody comes with no license and start digging because somebody gave him paper and they give him the way the process of giving the paper probably was wrong. You understand? Nobody will allow that. And it's created in Nigeria of today, security consciousness is very high. So the federal government, if it wants to remain the controller of mining spaces, they should sit up, make sure that they regulate the sector very well. Nobody brings money, investment, if there is chaos. You come, you have a license, then you see that kind of big pit with the 1,000 people. Nobody will put his money there. So this control of the field is there. Investors have come with different interests. Investor of this mineral is different from that mineral. What you think is not good for this may be good for the other one. Allow investors free to go to where they think they can operate. So the enabling environment, and if you do that, states within Nigeria will start to compete so that people will bring investment into the country. All this revenue Royal Dangote is paying, it's nothing in really mining, nothing. But we are paying billion, 9 billion, 10 billion. How much is that in dollar? And what have you taken? The value of what you have taken out cannot even be used to cover back the pit that you mine. So what kind of mining are we doing in Nigeria? Because there is poor regulation. We must ensure that the mining takes place at whatever level according to the laws and regulations prescribed for it. Thank you very much, Chairman.
Thank you very much. Speaking after Prof is a challenge already in itself. So for the mining sector in Nigeria, yes, it's gloomy, but there is light at the end of the tunnel, surely. For us in Kaduna State, what we've done is we have concentrated on the formalization of the artisanal miners and creating investability, assets towards investability. So what do I mean? The formalization is largely driven by the federal government. But we as a state, we see that as a space where, because 74% of mining done, whether quarrying or not, is done artisanally in the country. So why not focus on that area, start from somewhere, and then you see how you could scale to the full industrialization and the full mining as it should. So what we've done in that space is we have a two-pronged approach. Firstly, not just for empowerment. Yes, we're trying to empower these miners and so on and so forth, but also traceability. I saw a chart on Prof's presentation where you see royalty payments being low. And the royalty payment for tin in Plateau caught my eye. Mm-hmm. And most of the tin coming from, most of the royalty being paid for tin in Plateau is tin not coming from Plateau. But because we don't have any traceability mechanism, we don't know where this tin is coming from, we would assume that it is all from Plateau. And when the 13% derivation is coming, it goes to Plateau. And in the same case, Lagos as well. Yeah. Lagos gets a huge chunk of royalty despite the fact that they don't produce anything. Sorry to say that, but they get a huge chunk because at the point of export, you are mandated to show your royalty payment. So we're formalizing because we're looking at traceability on one hand, and then on another hand, we're looking at bringing these artisanal miners into some sort of a formalized setting where they can have access to funds, training. You could see all the mishaps that are happening. A simple training would do that, but there's pushback from the end. Why would they want to be formalized if they're having a field day? So we decided to think about incentivizing the formalization. What we've done is we've approached financial institutions. We've gotten some on board. to be able to bring them into the financial inclusion net. Give them access to credit, for example, because the system as it is now is you have somebody somewhere with a huge chunk of cash, give somebody and have him sit by the mines, give them money to feed, give them money, and then for them to go into the pits and do whatever you're seeing there. And at the end of the day, collect these minerals and take to wherever to do the processing. So if they could have access to the funds themselves, then at least I think we've broken part of that chain and given them some sort of empowerment. So that brings us also to the incentives. We've done a pilot. We've layered health insurance, accident insurance, and then bank accounts, just so that we can incentivize these artisanal miners to agree to formalize, come into clusters, form cooperatives, and get some sort of structure that works for them. Then also, we have looked at assets. As Kaduna Mine Development Company, we hold about 61 mineral licenses. And of those 61, unfortunately, none is, except for one, none is really where it should be. And where is the problem usually? The problem, as it applies to other license holders, is from the process, from the beginning to bankability. The consents usually are faulty from that end, faulty or fake. You have people get consents that the community doesn't really know about. And one day you just see somebody with a piece of paper telling them, I have a license from the federal government and I'm supposed to mine here. When really and truly they should have a consent from that community to allow them to come and mine. So that's the first stage, and we've looked at that, we've created an investibility pipeline. We've developed a Kada Mine app so that we can bring these assets from the consent to bankability. So thank you.
Right. Thank you. I think the Prof, the moderator, and the Commissioner have all spoken very eloquently on this subject. And I think the fundamental question the moderator threw as incentives, it's not so much by saying you must. If you want a license, then you must commit to processing locally and so on and so forth. If you provide the incentives, they will play along. So maybe I'll stop for now, and hopefully we'll get another round to speak. So thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So my name is Nanji. You can write it down, it's fine. So I want to put context to my human capital answer. And I want to ask possibly an unpopular question. What is the vision for mining for the North? Is there even a vision? Or is it that we're just dealing with it day to day as we go along? We know our existing problems, we know the challenges, but do we have a vision that we want to attain? And the reason I ask that is because if we have a vision, we know exactly how to build our human capital. Government knows how to structure themselves and move accordingly. So, for example, if our short-term vision is let's stabilize this artisanal mining committee, let's stabilize what's going on with artisanal mining, let's increase it, let's give them skills, you know, let's give them peace, let everyone just live in peace. If that's the short-term goal, then everything we've said so far is fine. Bring in the government, do that. But if you want to be known, if Nigeria wants to be known as an established mining sector, it has to change its vision. The vision has to be, what does it take us to get artisanal miners to become junior miners? What does it take a junior miner to become a mid-tier miner? What does it take a mid-tier miner to become a tier 1 miner? If that doesn't make sense to explain those tiers, a junior miner is someone who's got exploration, They've got something large in their backyard. They've proven the resource, it's there, but they need investment along the way to get it into production, to get a saleable product, and then move, right? A mid-tier is someone whose capex is essentially between $1 and $10 billion or $1 and $10 billion. That is what they're looking at spending on their operation. They may have an operation here in North, they may have another operation in, Northeast and Northwest, in a number of regions within Nigeria. And then a tier 1 are the ones we hear about all the time. Your BHPs, your Rio Tintos, your gold fields. Those are tier 1s. And you can see people nodding their head. So does Nigeria want to be known as having tier 1 operators? Or do we just want to be known with making peace with artisanal mining? Because once we know that, then we advance accordingly. If we're running without a vision, we're running headless. We'll have the same conference in 20 years and still be discussing the same problems. So, in terms of human capital development, if it's artisanal mining for whichever state, it makes sense. You give them the correct equipment, you train them. You saw those pictures that the professor shared. You train them in the right PPE to wear. What does it mean? If you're working with uranium, you can't go with a shirt. You know? I worked in research and development, and I've worked in South Africa these years, and I worked in research and development, and the Nigerian government asked the organization I was working for in South Africa to come here and inspect some of their facilities, uranium, natural gas, etc., because we had some advancements at that time. When my supervisor came to inspect, he came back, he says, Nanji, I'm not going back to Nigeria. I said, what do you mean? Let me just put it on the side. I'm Nigerian born. Every company I work for outside Nigeria knows I'm Nigerian born and knows they have to invest in Nigeria. Otherwise, I will not stop talking. That's just how I operate. And my boss came back and he said he can't go back to Nigeria. He said he was worried about the security, he's worried about kidnapping. And he said that, can you believe people working in a uranium facility don't even have lead vests, don't have radioactive equipment? They're going in there with their t-shirts and shorts and sandals every day and walking out. And I said, we're not thinking about our people. But that's also because we don't have a vision for what we actually want to do. If our aim is to maintain the status quo, then to some extent, it's not humane, but it's fine. But if we want to grow, we have to think about these things. How do we coordinate the different northern states together to focus on what mineral do we have in common? For example, gold. The professor talked about gold. Right now, do you know that in the market, the gold price has exceeded records right now? That is why gold producers worldwide are spending time doing their stay in business projects that they wouldn't spend time on because they thought, you know what, we don't have the money for it. Now they can spend the money on those projects. Gold is a good resource to look at now. Gold, copper, iron ore. Copper and iron ore, even though I understand what he's saying about grades, I agree. If your grade is not there, if your correct material is not there, leave it. But copper and iron ore are steady materials no matter the market. And if we as states can come together and decide, okay, let's partner on how do we develop at least one pristine gold operation from mining through to concentrate production. And then let's learn, let's hire the right people. Let's get all the certifications, get all the investments. And then once we have that established, let's use the money to start building other operations. When we start thinking like that, then we're talking mining. Then we're not talking about staying where we are. Thank you.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. I think I would differ completely from all they've said. I am a practical miner, and I will tell you all they've been talking about our book statements. What is obtainable in reality? We need to understand that when your train is on the wrong track, every station you reach is a wrong station. Nigeria has been great before, like the prof said, in mining. You should trace back. Where did we miss the track? That should be the first thing we should start looking at. When the colonial masters were there, you won't hear of artisanal miners. Something happened. Go back and trace the history. I am not going to talk about too much of history here today because we don't have the time. For me, I am in academics. I'm in the industry as an operator, as a mining consultant, and I'm also in governance as an appointee of federal government. I've sat as the chairman of Mirenco. I can tell you the story of what I did as a Mirenco chair, which I want him as the MD of Kaduna State Mining to adopt. All that you are thinking about is not the right way, please. However, I will also say here again, now we have a fundamental question here that says, what immediate mineral value chain should we prioritize? Of course, the mineral value chain, they are very, very unique. One is the upstream that comprises of exploration, developing the mine, if it's having the characteristics to warrant development. Look at that proportionality, which tells you that it's not every mineral that has been explored that will be so bankable enough to sink money. That is one. Number two, going along that upstream, then you come into the real extraction. Extraction here also has a lot of factors we consider. That is one. The next value on the value chain is the midstream, which has to do with processing and beneficiation. Then the last one, which is the downstream, which has to do with manufacturing products from whatever you have mined. Now I ask you this question. Can you manage what you cannot control? And can you control what you cannot measure? You have a car that does not have a fuel gauge. How do you tell me how many liters of fuel you have in your car? Talk less of telling me how long it's going to take you before it packs you somewhere in the bush. You don't have details of the mineral you have. You don't even understand the quality, not the quantity. And you expect the federal government to do what? NGS said that they can, at best, give you 10% of the data that is required for bankable feasibility study. And no bank will be stupid to give you its money on the basis of a 10% assurances. I'm sure you can see where the missing link is now. That is number one. Now I ask you, as a practitioner, I will tell you what led to artisanal miners. When you had a policy somersault, you are doing pretty well. In the 70s, you came about your indigenization decree and you asked all these colonial masters to leave. Otherwise, this, that. Let's not go into the detail. Now, most of their cooks, their laborers, their drivers are the ones that are now transformed into artisanal miners. And that's why it's not enough for you to condemn them. I'm sorry, if you want me to wrap up, it means you are not doing justice to me. I am telling you, I am combining everybody here. I am in academics like Prof. I'm also a professor of mining engineering from a university that is also very, very renowned to have taken a bold step to set up mining department like any other university all over the world. So please, let us be frank with ourselves. You want to eat, you can go. Let other people who want to listen to the real fact that is happening to Nigeria. Northern region, you have heard too well from Prof. If we sneeze, the entire Africa will catch cold. That is to tell you, forget about the landmass. Look at the wealth of natural endowments that we've been bestowed by God. It's not a mistake. There is a reason for having those things there. Today is the day. We need to talk to ourselves in the right way for us to have the best opportunities to bring back the history in our favor. When Sardauna and Tafawa Balewa were talking, in those days they see the northerners from wherever you come from. They see you as their kids, their children. They never mind whether you are from Bauchi or whether you are from Kano or whether you are from Katsina. No, sorry.
I'm not stopping you. I'm just saying, get to the point.
I have said one.
You have. No, you said a lot. Get to the point, sir.
Now,
I'm under instructions.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I need to also make you understand that for us to prioritize any of this, it means you have to look at what advantage. One comes before the other. You cannot prioritize manufacturing. It means you'll be bringing things. That is what happened to Ajakuta. It was a backward integration. Now, Prof is saying we have to be bringing things before we do that. So that is one. So now, I will advise, at regional level, since we now have all these minerals well acclaimed to be within our region. At regional level, there should be a regional collaboration such that all of them, you can pick not all the 44 minerals. Pick the critical minerals that can quickly drive technological advancement and economic development of our people, and ensure that you minimize the negative impact of most of these things. We will be there in for business. People will run to us. I give you an example. Prof knew when I was very young, he was also very, 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 very active in the mine. He used to consult for Quilos. The first mechanized mine that we have in Nigeria was Quilos, mining tantalite, which he called coltan. Today, you can see I had the report in 2002 that Nigeria, the mineral I used to take outside, my tantalite that I used to export out that has lithium, cesium, tantalum in it. As such, I should be waiting for the Chinese monopoly in the nearest future. It has happened. In 2002, I had this report, but only in 2022, Nigerian government is declaring having lithium in their country. You can see that shameful thing. So that is to tell you that you need to come together as regions and then decide which of those minerals you want to empower. Zamfara has gold. Several other places in the region has gold. Join together, mechanize the mine. Among all of them, spend a lot of money to carry out exploration. Exploration is not a joke. It does not end in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 years. It ends throughout the life of the mine. But you must have to take a boot step and start from somewhere, get the anomalies right. Thank God Professor Garba is still much active. He will do a lot for you to be able to say, okay, this is where we should begin, without having any commitment of one section or the other. Again, I repeat, gold, lithium, and if possible, because I worked in Bauchi before with Julius Baja, we were the one cutting those granite blocks from Darazo Hill. It was that Darazo Hill that we used in furnishing Aso Rock. And they will tell you, they will cage it and tell you it's coming from Germany. Why can't you go back? They were paying Julius Baga in oil, all for the mineral that we were getting in Bauchi. I was a very little kid, and this we did.
Engineer,
I will raise my case here now. Thank you.
I appeal to you. Thank you. Thank you. So, we had a 5 p.m. hard deadline. I did my best. But before we hard, I don't think we can just end on this note. I want to summarize what we've heard, and I want to throw the floor open. Maybe for somebody, one of the elders, I feel like there's something relevant that's going to come from the floor back to us. It may be one question. I appeal, I don't know who's in charge here, that while I'm summarizing, you find the one person that you think will be able to say something reasonable and poignant back to us as a panel. So while that is happening, I want to summarize my observation. Back to Professor Garba's presentation. What I loved about that presentation, I saw people taking notes, I saw people taking pictures, I saw people recording. He really presented, I would really say, opportunity. Although you may have heard a lot of complaints, I would say, from this panel. This is a panel about investment. There is opportunity. There was tin. I still mentioned that uranium. Till today, even with the artisanal mining landscape, Nigeria is still top 12 for tin exports in the world. And we don't have a major tin mine. So I also want us to see this perspective. What MD was speaking about in Kaduna, we have a lot of revenue leakages, but Kaduna, even artisanally, is producing a lot of tin. Mr. Roland talked about infrastructure. We can see that there's actually infrastructure that's sitting in Nigeria. The railway, there's opportunity. Madam Nanji, exactly like you said, I think a major piece here is vision. I think, and what we're getting at here, this is part of the goal of this forum, is maybe Northern Nigeria has not come together to have a vision for mining. And if they did, the numbers would change because a lot is here. And then to engineer, you could hear everything the engineer was saying, really in passion. I was interrupting him because of time, but you could see his passion. He really, when he said he was disagreeing with the doom and gloom. I believe, because he was seeing accomplishment that no, there's hope, there's light. So all of this said, this is an investment forum. There is opportunity, a lot of opportunity. But that said, is there anyone from the floor that has maybe a question, a key statement that we can all give a final response very quickly and close? If there is none, okay, I don't know who's in charge. Whoever is in charge, they say no. Very good. So thank you for the, okay. All right, so we thank everyone for this panel. Hold on. Are you saying hold on or are you saying wrap up? Okay.
All right. The instructions I have is when you round off,
yes,
our leader here will make a comment.
Okay, very good. So let us wrap up. All right. So thank you. I have said what I just said. I think I want us to end on a positive note. Everybody giving one word. We are in this sector, not because it's bad. I'm here smiling. We're complaining, we laugh. But we're all here. There's a reason we're here, and there's something good. I would like us to end on one note, very quick note of encouragement to investors or people here about the sector. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Eva. I will take a lead today. I guess Prof should start, but if you want. Okay, if I start. Well, no doubt there's a lot.
But it's a quick word.
Okay, no doubt there's a lot of opportunity, but I want to tell you sincerely that you cannot have any sustainable mineral development where there is no equitable share of benefits coming from there. And this brings us to the importance of the stakeholders, the host community. As a typical miner, you are a businessman.
And one of us is glaringly missing. I think he just got buried last week. I don't know if he was remembered in the course of this summit. I refer to Chief Audu Ogwe, who was our key agriculture resource. I would hope that we can either take a minute's silence or remember him in our thoughts and prayers. That would be my last word here, but I thank you.
Thank you very much once again. For me, I think as a region, we need to de-risk the mining space by investing in data. Let's look at the brown fields first, we'll move to the green fields. This session wouldn't be complete if I don't market my company. I have 61 mineral licenses. You name the mineral, I have it across the state, and I'm calling on potential investors to come on board, partner with us, and develop these assets. Thank you.
Thank you very much. For me as a teacher, I've seen so much in this sector. But one thing is very important, knowledge. If you don't get the knowledge, you will not make money. Instead, you will lose money. Totally. On government side, if you don't have the knowledge, you will never regulate the sector properly. So embarrassing. I've been reading one report recently that the Ministry of so-called soil mineral mines now is reporting royalties. Do you know what? One mineral, they call it seismic. Another one, they call it cardon. Lithium. There is rate for lithium. There is rate for lepidolite, sulfidamine, kunzite, different rates. I say, are we inventing new things? And please, for goodness sake, if you live, for me, please never say solid minerals. I beg you. I've never used that word if you do mining. Nigeria is the only country in the world that is using this term solid mineral. We scientists know mineral by definition must be a solid substance. So you are just saying like solid. Google, no country in the world has a ministry regulating mining, calling solid minerals mines, mining, geology, natural resources, energy, whatever. Never solid minerals. Because people laugh at us. You go to the world, when they say solid minerals, say, oh, what is this solid mineral? Is this something different? And when you say now you have seismic, Because this is what people see us. You know, look, marketing is important. You market your country, you are the sector, and you are talking rubbish, showing total ignorance. Who will come and put his money in your country? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And this ends our panel. We're very grateful to the anchor for the extra time given us. Thank you to the Northern Nigeria Investment and Industrialization Summit.
And please, let's appreciate the panel, the moderator. She did a wonderful job. I think she must have had some crash program in broadcasting. You may have to come for photo opportunity, please. Yeah, thank you. Please give them a big round of applause. While they are at it, two of our elders will be speaking to us to round off this session, or rather this panel. First, I will call on Ajian Katana, Alhaji Lemis Shehu Dikku, to speak, and then thereafter, the representative of Chairman Professor Ango Abdullahi, in person of Air Marshal Alamin Dagash, will round it all off for us. But first, Ajian Katana Alhaji Lemis Shehu Dikku, Chairman of the NNDC. Is it NDDC, sorry. Thank you.
I think Chairman of the Management Committee, still on behalf of the convener, fellow delegates, good evening. My comment is actually it's related to this session. May I have your attention, Ms. Sheni? Just may I have your attention so that I can get myself right. I think everything that has been said here about mining is that the level at which we are operating is a very risky level. We are operating at what you call the juniors, and it's a very risky level. So risky that your conventional financiers are not ready to finance it. I know a few countries that face this problem. One of the most successful countries in mining today is Australia. But this was the challenge they faced. And how did they solve it? Their stock market created financing solution for funding exploration. These are the high risk areas, high risk. But if you create through your stock market a product that will ensure appropriate governance structure for the companies that are operating there, that will ensure that appropriate risk management has been done. Investors will put money in there, and you can support those juniors to grow. And if they do grow, believe you me, they have the highest returns for investors. So I think the greatest challenge for us is to ask our Nigerian Stock Exchange, NGX, can they develop something for the juniors in the mining industry? And that would be the solution for this country. If there is money, money will follow. Money will always go after money. So that's right. Thank you very much.
The chairman of the Northern Elders Forum Management Board, Management Group, in person of Air Marshal Alamin Dagash, has delegated the Director General of the Northern Elders Forum, Professor Sheni, to speak and round off this session. And thereafter, Professor Sheni will also request us to stand when he finishes the rounding off and observe a minute silence in honor of the late elder statesman, Chief Audu Ogbe. Thank you. Professor Sheni, please.
Let's start with the honor to Chief Audu Ogbe. Please, let's stand up. At his funeral, we sent, at the tribute, night of tribute, the Northern Elders went there and made a tribute contribution. But please, let's remember him. Please give 1 minute to our late father. May his soul rest in peace. You may be seated. I won't bore you, we're tired already. My job is to give a vote of thanks and also maybe to give a summit summary, which I will not do totally, but it is written. This is a summary of what we have done for the 2 days. And the Secretariat was able to put it up, but I will mention a few points instead of reading the whole summary. We are going to compile everything into a booklet so that we could see that. But the first thing I want to say is thank you, all of you that took time to come from various places, some out of the country, some from within the country. We are very grateful. If you hadn't come, this summit wouldn't have been a success. We also, it's our maiden summit. It's the first time we've ever done it as Northern Elders. And so you could see that there are a few things we need to improve upon. But thank you for bearing with us. On behalf of our convener, who is the chairman of the Board of Trustees, he is in town, but he couldn't come because malaria hit him. And if you've had malaria at this age, it's not easy. So, but he sends his regards. Our chairman of management board is here, who successfully chaired it, Dagash, Amin Musa Dagash, Marshall. We are grateful, sir, for being patient with us. And we want to thank the minister who represented the president, the governors that came, the former Senate president, the former speaker, those who represented different governors, those who represented different nations. I saw some people from Saudi Arabia. I was able to go and chat with them because I used to work in Saudi Arabia. I was in Riyadh. I used to teach there. So, and I had a son who was born in Riyadh, and I named him Fahad when King Fahad was the king. So I was able to see some of them, and I couldn't speak much of Arabic. I've lost it, but I'm happy to see them. I'm happy to see the Turkish people who did come, and we had lunch together. And all of you, I don't know how to thank you all, but on behalf of Northern Elders Forum, thank you. Please, we have gala dinner tonight. No matter what you are doing, 7 p.m., walk to our gala place. They will direct you where it should be. Please come. It's our final thing, and we hope that you have a relaxed atmosphere, sit down properly, maybe watch some of our cultural displays if you have forgotten. But the summary, I will leave it like that. You may have it, but I want to say that our deal session, from the report I have, we have indigenes who have closed with investors some 225 million naira that was done. And there was another deal. I wanted to know the right figure. So our meeting was not in vain. There were people who connected with investors. And we got, I forgot the figure, but there were connections. And some of them are still working together. So our gold mines and our various mines will see an improvement. Please watch out again. Next year, we're going to have another summit. Thank you. God bless you.
And on that note, we thank the Director General of the Northern Elders Forum, Professor Sheni, for his comments, for his roundoff, and for updating us on the deals so far made. Please give him a big round of applause. Well, like you said, the gala night is tonight at 7 p.m. and I'm told it's going to be in this hall. It's one of the reasons we were rushing the panel to round off in good time, because they have to set up the place all over again. It's going to be a gala night of cultural dance, entertainment, and much more. Please be here at 7. Good evening and welcome once again. See you later. We will not say bye-bye for now. See you later at 7. Thank you.